Ganesha, the purple campus, the winning campus. Nowadays, practical and ready-for-work education is very important in order to support the government in their fulfillment of working fields program. A competence-based higher education is one of the solutions in developing a much advanced and independent in Indonesia. The quality of human resource depends on the education system and a good design of curriculum based on the future demands of working fields in many advanced and modern areas of business and industry. Located in the center of Bandung, West Java, Indonesia, Piksi Ganesha, also known as the Purple Campus, the winning campus, is committed to deliver the best quality of education. It is proven by our experience of running campuses all over Indonesia with more than 15,000 students. We also run vocation schools and hospitals, hotels, and other business units under the Piksi Ganesha group.
As the president of Piksi Ganesha Consortium, we are very pleased that many people are success and useful for the others.
We keep on growing and developing as we educate skilled and professional resources to become the nation's qualified, virtuous, creative, and independent assets. Piksi Ganesha's programs excels in curriculum, facility, practicum and laboratories, field studies and working internships, as well as ethic and character building, which creates high demand from many companies for its graduates. Known as the Purple Campus, the winning campus, Piksi Ganesha guarantees all graduates will excel in competence in the form of competence certification. The Piksi Ganesha campus provides Diploma 3 and Bachelor degree programs with these specifications: Business Cluster, Finance Administration, Accounting, Computerized Accounting, Business Management, Computer and IT Cluster, Informatics Management, Medical Records Informatics, Informatics Technology, Health Cluster, Medical Records and Health Informations, Hospital Management, Pharmacy, Health Analyst, and Physiotherapy. Bachelor degree programs or Strata 1 programs, Business Management, Computerized Accounting, Informatics Management, and Medical Records Informatics. Amongst the excellence of Piksi Ganesha are international classes, regular classes, employee classes with complete facilities and infrastructures, cozy classrooms with air conditioning, in focus, internet hotspot, CCTV, language laboratories, computer and electronic lab, automotive lab, medical record lab, hospital lab, pharmacy lab, health analyst lab, physiotherapy lab, library, insurance, video conference, and web-based informatics system.
To be in here, I can be part of international students who can study in interaction with local.
Studovať na Univerzite Piksi Ganesha sa stalo pre mňa vážne.
Supported by professional teaching staffs that vary from expertise to Strata 2 and Strata 3 academicians ready to give the best in creating excellent and independent graduates. Piksi Ganesha is frequently active in organizing local and international scale trainings, seminars, and workshops. It is progressive global competition that draw Piksi Ganesha to enhance its quality internationally. Therefore, Piksi Ganesha have arranged several collaborations with domestic and foreign institutions. And more to come, many campuses all over the world is ready to collaborate to improve the quality of education in Piksi Ganesha. And not only studies, Piksi Ganesha also provides student activity units as non-formal means for students to improve their selves, practicing communication and leadership skills, as well as honing their self-potential that will allow themselves to be happy and comfortable while studying here. Piksi Ganesha also performing an Excel class named the Cadet Class, a class with mentally and spiritually high ethic and discipline. The Cadet Class is a way to create independent and strong national charactered students. Piksi Ganesha also frequently organize open for public labor markets in order to help their graduates meet wide range access of recruiter from services to industries. Many of them are Piksi Ganesha's partner in Indonesia. It has been proven that Piksi Ganesha's graduates have become excellent, skilled, and easily recruited in many working sectors: finance, banking, retail, hospital, pharmacy, health laboratories, programmer, informatics system, computer network, administrator, office administration, and many more.
In 2013, a group of scholars and members of the academy decided to form a consortium with the primary goal of bringing together scholars in the Asia-Pacific countries to collaborate and establish a formal network and partnership in various research and academic-related programs. It is called the Asia-Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators Incorporated, non-stock, non-profit organization which promotes multidisciplinary research, educational innovations and initiatives, academic, art, and cultural exchanges to its members. Likewise, facilitate network building, public discourse, national and international exchange of knowledge and information. Apcore envisions to be a prime mover of research excellence in the Asia-Pacific region. It fosters innovative multidisciplinary research and educational innovations, adherence to the principle of professionalism, responsibility, accountability, transparency, and democracy. The consortium is managed by a group of dedicated and committed professionals with the supervision of the International Advisory Board from the Asia-Pacific countries. Regular activities and programs of the consortium includes research capability building trainings and workshops, International Multidisciplinary Research Conference, the Apcore Biennial Convention, international linkages, networking and partnership, research fellowship, academic exchange, and publication opportunities. Today, Apcore has more than 6,000 individual members and 100 institutional members from 16 countries, not only in the Asia-Pacific Rim, but in the other parts of the world as well. Apcore national councils were established in Indonesia, Malaysia, Philippines, and Thailand. Apcore invites you to join us, and together, let us build a strong network of researchers. This is the Asia-Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators.
Good morning, delegates. Welcome to Day 2 of the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference with the theme Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations.
The Asia-Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators and the Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha in partnership with the Abra State Institute of Science and Technology, Bina Insani University, Lyceum of the Philippines University, Quezon City University, Taguig City University, University of Cagayan Valley, with the support from the Semeyo Technical Education and Development, Semeyo Center for Early Childhood Education and Parenting, Academic International Consortium of Indonesia, the Philippine Association of State Universities and Colleges presents the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference with the theme Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations. More than 1,000 researchers submitted, but only 300 passed the screening and evaluation of the committee for presentation in the areas of business, finance and management, education, engineering and technology, natural and applied sciences, social sciences, arts and humanities. Publication opportunities for Scopus and Web of Science affiliate journals are given to all accepted papers. This year's conference is attended by participants from more than 100 higher education institutions and organizations in the Asia-Pacific region. Top caliber scholars, scientists, academicians, and policymakers compose this year's roster of plenary speakers. Exceptional research works will be recognized as 2023 Apcore-Piksi Excellence in Research Award. This is the Apcore and Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha 2023 Hybrid International Conference.
Good morning, Bandung, Indonesia. Good morning, delegates. I am Leonard Forbes Bien from the Quezon City University, Philippines.
Good morning everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Wilujeng enjing sampurasun. Hatur nuhun. Good morning Leonard.
Good morning, Santi.
Apa kabar?
I'm sorry.
How are you?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm very good because you are my partner today.
That's very nice. Let's give Santi a big hand, please.
Thank you very much. You can say when I ask you apa kabar, you can say kabar baik.
Kabar baik.
Yeah.
All right.
Apa kabar?
Kabar baik.
In Indonesia, how about in Sundanese? Kumaha damang? Jawabannya adalah, the reply is damang sae.
Dampang sai.
Can we repeat?
Forgive me because it's my first time here in Indonesia and I'm very, very thankful for the Apcore and also Piksi Ganesha for giving us the opportunity to be with you. A big hand for Piksi Ganesha and Apcore Incorporated.
But I'm still curious about your reply when I ask you in Sundanese. Kumaha damang? Damang sae.
Damang sai.
One more. Kumaha damang?
Damang sai.
Wow!
I
Thank you
didn't
very
know that there's a class here. I thought the master class was done yesterday.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, and I am Santi Kristinawati from Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha, Bandung, Indonesia. And this is Day 2 of the Apcore-Piksi Hybrid International Conference 2023. Leonard, yesterday we had a very successful opening ceremonies where inspirational messages from partner institutions were heard. Witnessed amazing cultural performances and also shared insightful discussions on the future of sustainable education and research. Indeed, a very fruitful first day for all our delegates.
Yes, Santi. Aside from that, our on-site participants also went to see Mayo Chechep and explored a possible collaboration with them, while our online participants had their parallel sessions, presentations via Zoom. Today, Santi will surely be as equally fruitful and successful as yesterday, with all the different talks that will be shared to us by our distinguished speakers.
And also for welcoming all the participants in second day conference, we would like to invite Dr. Pri Hartono for making our today very insightful. So I would like to invite Dr. Pri Hartono.
A big hand for him, please.
The Honorable Dr. Witawat Jangyam, as an Executive Director of Apcore, also acting as a Dean of Graduate School, Burapa University, Thailand. the Honorable Dr. Rachidon P. Bernate, Managing Director of Apcore, all international speakers, rectors, directors, faculty members from Indonesian university, also from foreign universities, all delegates, lecturers, students, and the audience here that we are proud of. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Praise of God Almighty for the blessing, the merciful, and the charitable. Very good morning, magandang umaga, selamat pagi, sampurasun. Again, sampurasun. Okay, on behalf of the House of Indonesia, acting also as the President of Academic International Consortium of Indonesia and Director of Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha, let me to say thankful to all esteemed participants, distinguished paper presenter, and respected guests. Welcome to the monumental Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference with the theme Sustainable Research and Education, Trajectories, Hopes, Alarms, and Expectations. We are deeply honored to host you in the vibrant city of Bandung, the flower city of Indonesia, as we gather here physically and virtually. Our collaborative expertise represent more than 120 universities, academic institutions, and organizations across continents. Ladies and gentlemen, start in 2016 with 175 participants in Thailand, the Apcore conference, and today we boast over 1,500 participants, more than 800 scholarly paper submission, and 3 paper presentations. Significantly, this year marks the return of the face-to-face interaction and also by virtual. We aim to explore sustainability research practices, global educational trajectories, and emerging pedagogical paradigm. Finally, thank you very much for your participation to all keynote speaker, paper presenter, and participant in the best international collaboration, Apcore 2023 Hybrid International Conference. Welcome to Bandung, the capital city of Asia Africa, the flower city, and now the last, acting as the host in Indonesia. Finally, today, Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference officially open. Have a nice international conference. Maraming salamat sa inyong lahat. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much for Dr. Pri Hartono as AIC Indonesia President for the welcoming speech and the second speech, and we start with the message from our Apcore Chairman, Dr. Muhammad Jailani bin Muhammad Nur through the Zoom.
to drive meaningful changes, laying out their highest hopes for what we might achieve together. Alums, it is our moral and academic obligation to also focus on the urgent alarms that are ringing across various disciplines. Be it in the environment, ethics in AI, or growing divide in educational access, we will explore the critical issues that demand immediate attention. Expectations. Finally, we will aim to synchronize our collective compass by setting forth the expectations we should strive for in the coming years. This will be an opportunity for scholars and educators to present their visionary ideas for the future, balancing optimism with practicality. These four dimensions will serve as the cornerstones of our dialogue over the next 3 days, providing a holistic lens through which we can examine and strategize for the future of sustainable research and education. We are honored to have distinguished arrays of speakers, panelists, and participants who have devoted their lives for these issues. Your expertise and insights are the bedrock upon which the success of this conference rests. Whether you are joining us from the comfort of your own home or have traveled to be in person, your presence amplifies the importance of our collective mission. I encourage each participant to engage actively in the discussions, workshops, and networking sessions that follow. The richness of this conference stems from the diversity of its participants and the quality of discourse we hold amongst ourselves. Let us question boldly, answer thoughtfully, and listen intently. Let us aim not just to react to the world as it is, but to reimagine it as it could be. As we navigate through the depths of our conference themes and sub-themes, may we emerge with actionable insights, fortified partnerships, and renewed commitments to sustainable research and education. Thank you for being a part of this remarkable gathering. I would also like to thank all the organizing committee members who have worked relentlessly to make this conference and webinar a reality. I salute you. Let us embark on this intellectual voyage with open minds and hearts. Have a fruitful conference ahead. And thank you. Hatur nuhun, matur nuhun. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Marjorinani, for your insightful message. At this point, let's get to know our keynote speaker for today through this video.
An accomplished and highly respected professional, our keynote speaker has made significant contributions to the field of education in Indonesia. She currently serves as the Education Attaché at the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Manila, Philippines. She previously served as Education and Culture Attaché in the Embassy of the Republic of Indonesia in Singapore from 2015 to 2018. As the Education Attaché, she is responsible for promoting and facilitating educational cooperation between Indonesia and the Philippines to ensure that educational programs and initiatives of both countries are strengthened and implemented. As an educator, she served the Universitas Negeri Surabaya as chairman of the Higher Education Development Unit from 2019 to 2021. She was appointed as professor in the field of chemical engineering based on the decree of the Minister of Research, Technology, and Higher Education of the Republic of Indonesia in 2015. Our speaker is actively involved in academic research and writing. She continues to publish articles and deliver presentations on education policy and planning in Indonesia in various international conferences. Our speaker obtained her Doctor of Philosophy in Chemical Engineering from the Institute Technology, 10 November, Surabaya, Indonesia. Our keynote speaker, Professor Dr. Aisha Enda Palupi. Our
Good morning. Here is a start for my type to presentations.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Palupi, we can hear your voice clearly, so you can start your materials.
Okay, we can start. Okay, thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, magandang umaga sa inyong lahat. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity on a good occasion at this event. Before that, please give the access for my staff to share screen my presentation in this morning. Okay, thank you. For this morning, I would like to sharing about and discuss about the sustainability. What is the key to a better future, advantage and disadvantage in research and educators, and growth and development in research. Before that, let me introduce. I'm Aisha Enda Palupi, is Education and Culture Attaché in Indonesian Embassy in Manila. It is already you to introduce by a committee when to upload my bigger body. That is a few years ago. Yeah. For the next please. Okay. Our 5 fields of the object that we can be sharing in this morning is previously we need to understand what the mean is by a sustainable future, especially in the fields of education and research, whereas the world population grows, and then the finding ways to use resources in a sustainable manner and protect the environment becomes increasingly important. I'm a lecturer in one of the university in Surabaya, West Java, so that just a little bit know about how the connecting about the education and the research, especially right now as my duty, my role as education and culture attaché, so that like bridging in the both country. Next. Yes, next please. Yeah, there is like we already to mention to finding ways to use resources, yeah, resources in the sustainable manner and protect the environment becomes increasingly important. For next, that we need next please. We need to have hope for continuing education with research and vice versa, of course. Research to improve education, including by to have more opportunities for experiential learning and community engagement, to have more collaboration and dialogues among stakeholders and institutions, to develop new technologies and practices that reduce our impact on the environment and promote sustainable living, to have more innovations, of course, and creativity in addressing global challenges, and then to foster transformative learning and action for sustainable development. For next, when we talk about the alarm to continuing research and education, next, the first thing that comes to our mind is the biggest concern about the lack of fund or budget to conduct research and improve our continuing education program. Of course, the key expectation is that sustainable research and education will lead to the development of the new sustainable technologies and practices. Another expectation is that sustainable research and education will help us to build more sustainable communities. By educating people about the importance of sustainability and providing them with the tools and knowledge to live sustainable, we can create communities that are more resilient and better able to adapt to a changing climate. Next. This is and more details related. I think it's everybody knows about. We already knows about the 17 SDGs, as so in the slide. We not talking one by one, but for the whole up for the SDGs. Next, and more. Next please. And we know well now the next question, of course, is who and how to be able to overcome that problem. Next, as the Education and Culture Attaché at the Indonesian Embassy in Manila, one of my duty or my rule is related to this. Is a bridging method related to education and culture between Indonesia and Philippines, which both for the primary, secondary, and the higher educations. For more details, as follow, I can to show what the one by one of the rules or duty as Education and Culture Attaché is to promote bilateral cooperation in education, support and facilitate arts and culture, and the bridging and disseminate the educational system and policy of Indonesia, actively participate in any meetings, enhance education system in Philippines, fostering and support the education students, in the Indonesian students, and managing and administrating the Indonesian school abroad. Before we continue for the other slides, I will want to inform that the accreditation country in Indonesian Embassy in the Philippines, not only for the Philippines, but also for the Republic Palau and the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Okay. So we can to engage for other countries as Education and Culture Attaché in Manila for the three country accreditation. Next. There is about the collaborating in education. Yeah. We want to next. Yeah. Yeah. There is what the collaboration fields in education that have been woven so far between Indonesia and Philippines. Indonesia and Philippines share the same goal of providing quality education for their citizens. Both Indonesia and the Philippines have implemented various programs with the aim of improving the quality education at all levels and increasing cooperations in the fields of education, joint research, and also vocational and culture. Which one the cooperation in all these fields already have G2G MOU, some of which only need to be updated to be additional in the form of an action of plan for needed, like in the G2G between DepEd, Department of Education, in our Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, and for the higher education, it's from the between Czech Commission Higher of Education in Philippines with our ministry, also with the TESDA, and for the culture and art is with we already have the MOU between our ministry and NCCA. Okay, next. Okay, next. Yes, there is like some example that we already have the MOU between U2U. It is for the what is the collaborations, yeah. For the an example, U2U cooperations is with Universitas Negeri Surabaya. Is my campus, yeah, my university in East Java, and between Far Eastern University. Which one the parties mutually agreed as follow, like example, development of joint course and educational programs, and exchange of credits, exchange of graduate and undergraduate students for study and research, exchange for the professor and researchers for research, and exchange for the information, including exchange of library materials, research publication, and etc. Next. Here is another example, a collaboration between Wilmara State University with 3 Indonesian universities. To purpose of this collaboration is to provide cooperations in academic activities of both institutions that will strengthen mutual understanding, foster friendly cooperation, and to promote sustainable and productive academic collaborations and exchange between the faculty, students, and research of both parties in integrated learning programs. And the others, next, the others collaborations is between Indonesia and the Philippines. Another rule that is not no less important is in accredited countries is introducing Indonesian language. Bahasa Indonesia to all levels requires the active participant and all stakeholders, yeah, including government agency, educational institution, teachers, parents, and students. We call BIPA program, Bahasa Indonesia bagi Penutur Asing, Indonesian language for foreign students and or for foreign speakers. That BIPA program in Philippines support by the Language Development and Coaching Agency, began in the 2016, and number of BIPA teachers assigned to teach in Philippines since 2016 until now is the total 38 people, 38 teachers, I mean. And since the pandemic until now, BIPA teachers are still teaching through online, and over in the university, school, and general public and government agency, like I mentioned before. And then the class type is divided into general class and curriculum classes. A total number of participants who completed the BIPA programs from the level 1 until level 7 from 2021 until now is more than 1,900 participants, people. Next. Yes, this is a list of the BIPA participants. We separated on the 3 groups from the university, from the school, and from the government agencies as a participant. Like from the university, from Ateneo de Manila, ATMU, the LSU, USD, PWU, and then UP, PUP, CEU, Central Escolar University, PNU, Mindanao State University, University of the Immaculate Conception, Ateneo, the Davao University, and Far Eastern University. And the school group is we already have on the collaborations in Bahasa Indonesia with the University of Perpetual Health System Delta, and with the Navakas Nasional, and the San Rafael Technological and Professional High School, and the Kaunlaran High School, Lyceum of the Philippines University. And for the government's agency, many agency, National Commission for Culture and the Arts, and the Philippines National Police, PNP, and HQ, and also with the Region 10, and with the Department of Foreign Affairs in Mindanao, and Mindanao Development Authority, staff in the Consulate General in Davao City, Consulate General Indonesian, Republik Indonesia in Davao City, with the East Mindanao Command, Davao City Chamber of Commerce and Industry and Company, Association and Travel and Tours, Armed Forces of the Philippines, and the Commando Security Agency. There is for next, there is an example when we is in the pandemic period. MOU signing is also running well in October 2021, and also 2022 with the Manila Education and Culture Attaché, with the UP, and with this LTU Davao City, and with MCU. Next. Some educators and the students are learning Bahasa Indonesia is to support their research papers and or thesis. Like this is we call collaboration ticket for researchers. Until now, we have one researchers from the, I think it's Santo Tomas University, continuing learning BIPA program right now until level 6 to be expert to discuss with the Bahasa Indonesia, because the doctor in the Ateneo de Manila have the collaborations in the research with the some university in Indonesia. So he is very interesting to improving Bahasa Indonesia until be expert. Yeah. Next. Conclusion for this my presentation this morning is in sustainable research and education are essential for creating creating a more sustainable future. Okay, next. Thank you so much. Hatur nuhun, maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. This is my last slide is our social media. You can follow our page and our Instagram, and can be to in more question information through our online. Thank you. Okay, this is our presentation. Back to MC. Thank you.
Thank you very much for Dr. Palupi. And now we would like to award our virtual certificate of recognition to Dr. Palupi. And let me read the citations. This material is very important for us to maintain the great networking for us. This is the Apcore-Piksi Consortium of Researchers and Educators at Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia Certificate of Recognition Professor Dr. Insinyur Aisyah Enda Palupi, MPD, for having shared her innovation and transformative ideas as keynote speakers during the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference. Thank you very much, Dr. Palupi.
Again, congratulations and thank you to Dr. Palupi. Before we listen to the plenary talks, let us first be entertained by a performance from the international students of Piksi Indonesia through their Jogja Istimewa dance. A big hand for them, please.
International student of Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia, Jogja Istimewa.
Rasane kaya mangan lawuh sate senajan saarane sing penting ora kowe ngombe kembang tahu rasane kaya ngombe susu tak usah mecucu
Dear audience that you need to dance, please come to join the dance.
Senajan saarane sing penting ro kowe ngombe kembang tahu rasane kaya ngombe susu ra usah mecucu tresno turun kowe ra bakal dapat rasane istimewa. Kowe siji-sijine, aku bangga karo kowe. Gelem nopo apa anane, tresno ora bakal mlebu. Kowe ojo sumelang, tresno ora bakal ilang. Barat koyo kuthaku Jogja, kowe jan istimewa. Barat koyo kuthaku Jogja, kowe jan istimewa.
What a wonderful performance from our international students of Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha and esteemed guests, speakers, and delegates. Once again, let's give them a big round of applause, please.
For international student Polytechnic Piksi Ganesha Jogja Istimewa Dance. And ladies and gentlemen, now it's time to listen to the speakers for our plenary sessions for today. And let us meet our first plenary speaker.
Our plenary speaker is the incumbent president of Quezon City University, Philippines, a renowned scholar and academic. She is a senior lecturer at the University of the Philippines School of Labor and Industrial Relations and a professor at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, where she was formerly the Dean of the College of Science and Director of the Open University System. Recognizing her management acumen, the top executives of the Development Academy of the Philippines appointed her as Senior Vice President and Dean of the Graduate School of Public and Development Management, which she held from 2016 to 2017. She was also appointed as the Vice President for Academic Affairs and Dean of the National Defense College of the Philippines, where she mentored executives from various government agencies in the country and abroad. Our speaker is a consummate intellectual. She was awarded as an Asian Public Intellectual Fellow from 2005 to 2006 by the Nippon Foundation. She was a Salzburg Global Fellow in 2010 in Salzburg, Austria. She was a recipient of Dr. Matthew Eichler Education Fellow from the Asia Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators. She was a professorial chairholder in science of the Polytechnic University of the Philippines from 2004 to 2005. She was a Ponciano and Almeida professorial chairholder in science education from 1998 to 2005. For her contribution in science education, the Ansted University of British Virgin Islands in Penang, Malaysia External Campus conferred on her Doctor of Science Education honoris causa in 2002. Our speaker has a formidable academic preparation. She holds a Doctor in Educational Management from the Polytechnic University of the Philippines. She obtained Master in Technology Management from the University of the Philippines, Diliman, and Master of Arts in Teaching from the Central Colleges of the Philippines. She received her Bachelor of Science in Medical Technology from the Royal Pontifical University of Santo Tomas. Our plenary speaker, Professor Dr. Teresita V. Atienza.
Magandang umaga sa ating lahat. Good morning. I'm extremely honored to be here with you, with everyone this morning here in the beautiful city of Bandung. Of course, Dr. Pri, thank you very much for the invitation, Dr. Bernarte. And to my fellow Filipino academicians. This morning, I'm supposed to present to you. Slide, please. So we can go direct. Okay. I've chosen the title, collective knowledge generation and mobilization through university-industry partnership. Our keynote speaker highlighted the importance of partnership for sustainable education and for sustainable research. We're often asked in the academe, what is the impact of your research? What is the impact of what you do to your immediate community and to your society? Let us look into, my presentation will look into a case study that was done in the US, but I beg your indulgence because from time to time I will refer to some researches that I have done here in Southeast Asia as an Asian Public Intellectual Fellow, where we did research on human ecological balance in Indonesia. It was in Yogyakarta. So we really trekked Mount Merapi. In Malaysia, it's in Tasik Chini, in the lake. In the Philippines, it's that beautiful province of the winds, we call that, Batanes, the northernmost tip of the Philippines. In Thailand, it's in the southern part of Thailand, in Nakhon Si Thammarat, in Kiriwong. And as I was preparing this presentation, I was looking back on my experience as researcher there. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to present this because it allowed me to reflect on what we have done right and also what we have done wrong. And so I hope we learn together in this presentation. So university community partnership is becoming increasingly popular as campus-based researchers like you and I try to make our studies more impactful. The models used by researchers that may facilitate successful partnerships include us researchers working with community partners to translate the findings of our academic research into a form that they better understand. So sometimes it's scientific, sometimes it's in the social sciences. We try to translate it in layman's term or in the term that the community would understand so that it reaches a broader audience, because after all, we're also asked, so who knows about your research? Have you disseminated this research? Also, there are some researchers who go directly to the community to ask what research they want and administer in trying to be more participatory. And I hope we've done that, no? Go to our community and ask them. However, there are challenges to this. And among the challenges is that as researchers, we do not design our research to be directly useful to our communities. We design it because it is of use to us. We will earn credits for that and will improve our teaching rank. Okay? Or because that's our field of influence or that's our sphere of expertise. Sometimes our research would also require us to engage with our students. So we bring our students, especially in this time where we're looking at service learning, when our students go to the field with us and in that manner also learn. The challenge for that is that the learning is brought away from the community. Because now as researchers, we're focused also on our students, trying to learn the ins and outs of research rather than focusing on what does this community need and what am I researching within this community. Is there a research model that avoids these problems in pursuing knowledge production and social change simultaneously? So we need to do research that will also bring about change to our community or try at least to solve the problems of our community. Is there a model that we can use to do that? We look at the scientist-driven approaches. So there are scientist-driven approaches. I think a lot of professors here, even our students, would have done these scientist-driven approaches, meaning to say it's driven by what we know best. Okay? First, the first approach in the science-driven strategy would be knowledge transfer or technology transfer. This is the approach that may produce valid scientific knowledge, but are rarely unlikely to enhance community power. Because it's driven by the scientists and you want to just share or transfer that knowledge to the community. Essentially, if you look at it, it's one way. It's a one-way form of research. From us, the researcher scientists, to the community without getting what the community needs or their problems. There's also the translational research, which translates our scientific research to the public. But the public would usually be medical practitioners, those in the clinicians, and aims to communicate our complex scientific knowledge generated through research, or we actually share this knowledge or the result of our research to market our products. A common issue of this is that there is still an equal power relationship between the scientists and the public, because it is one way, with scientists being the active subjects providing the scientific information, while the public is a passive receiver of this information or of this knowledge. Another scientist-driven approach, which I think all faculty members, and I have used this as a young faculty, would be action research, the one that was developed by Kurt Lewin in the 1930s. The scientists would invite the public to be involved in stages of knowledge production designed to solve either practical or hypothetical problems, but the scientists remain in charge of the research process. I remember as a young professor at the Polytechnic University of the Philippines, we developed an instructional manual that was supposed to be a dual mode. At that time, there was no pandemic, but we were exploring being able to teach without the presence of a teacher and just the students relying on the module. And so we tried to ask our students so that even the questionnaire was generated by the researcher or by the professor. And then the result of that research, we try to apply and improve the module in our teaching. There's a research approach, a science-driven approach, a scientist-driven approach that was developed by White. This is known as, more popularly known as participatory action research, which involves some key informants from our partner organizations as collaborators, but they are more involved towards the latter part of the research. And then there's the citizen science model. It's now popularly called in Facebook as crowdsourcing. You've heard that? When there's a Facebook message, update and you say, crowdsourcing, where can you get this? Or crowdsourcing, would you like to participate? It's a research model actually that's scientist-driven. It's known as the citizen science model, crowd science, crowdsource science, or civic science programs, which encourages individuals without formal training to contribute data to a variety of research projects that are actually designed by credentialed researchers like you and I. What are the common issues of this model? Again, there's an unequal power relationship between the scientists and the public because it is, as we said, it is in that category where it is driven by the researcher. The scientists are the active subjects providing the scientific information while the public is passively receiving the information. Even if the scientific knowledge is valid, it must be actionable. Thus, when the public is not involved early on in the research, there is very little motivation that they will act using the results of our research. All right. Science-driven approaches are approaches that do not genuinely engage the community in participation and allows their views to strategically guide the process. Members of partnering communities are actually treated as token participants or free labor. We just ask them questions or we just ask them to help us. The ultimate learners in the learning processes are the scientists or the researchers. Direct knowledge production with little input from the community and could maintain the ongoing dichotomy between credentialed academics or experts and experiential experts, our community partners. The absence of community in strategic decision-making suggests an ongoing inequality in power sharing in these knowledge production approaches. There's another approach, an opposite approach to the science-driven, and we call it community-driven approaches. It's focused on developing a foundation for social change. The picture you see is in that little village in Kiriwong in Thailand, where we did research. If you can find me there, maybe we can give you a prize. But I was actually there, seated there. It's focused on developing a foundation for social change. It's known as the study circle model, where a facilitator, not a teacher, usually leads and makes sure that every learner in the study circle is also a teacher. So I am able to, as a part of the study circle, I contribute data, I contribute knowledge to the discussion, and I also learn from the other participants. And we build a supportive learning environment where everyone is comfortable learning from and teaching for their fellow participants. But eventually, the study circle approach has become too formal and it's not actually linked to collective action. So we came there, we had our individual expertise in Kiriwong. I, in the sciences, we were actually trying to study how did the community adapt to the environmental changes. Kiriwong is in Nakhon Si Tamarat, is a village in Nakhon Si Tamarat. It was devastated by a storm and a flood that caused the entire village to be inundated by water. And so the state of Thailand helped them first rebuild in 1978, but 13 years after, the same tragedy happened. And so the state of Thailand said, we will just have to move you out of that village and relocate you. But of course, they do not want to be relocated. That's the birthplace. This is my land. This is the same case in the Philippines. We have the same case in Compostela Valley in the Philippines that's always flooded. And so our government said, we must relocate you. But people do not like to be relocated, especially if you were born there. So the second time around that they were flooded, the people of Kiriwong said, we will take care of ourselves. And so they partnered with Balaylak University. They partnered with NGO. We came in as researchers. You know the lesson, my reflection here, and I am very sorry, is that we extracted knowledge from the village people of Kiriwong. Our expertise extracted knowledge from them. We had an artist musician who crafted music born out of his experience from Kiriwong. We had a film director, Nick De Ocampo, who actually shot documentaries of Kiriwong and even Yogyakarta and made it into a film, and how people tried to recover from these environmental mishaps. And I realized, for Kiriwong, after our study, as researchers, credentialed researchers as that, we had researchers from the University of the Philippines, in Diliman and in Visayas. We had researchers from the University of Kyoto. We had researchers from University of Malaysia. We left with the knowledge. I think what we have given to the community of Kiriwong is the idea of partnership and doing engagement. But after that, there is no follow-up. I realized in Kiriwong, they did sustainable agriculture. They practiced Suwan Somrong, mixed orchard farming. because they said we cannot be flooded. We have to take care of our forests. Everything is organic. That's where they developed using the leaves as dye for their cloths. They developed soap and candy from mangosteen. And one lesson that I carried from them until now is that we are selling our story. So they have about 30 million baht products sold in the airports of the Middle East. And part of selling this mangosteen soap and all of these products is the story of how Kiriwong stood on its own after this environmental tragedy. We learned. I do not know if the community has learned as much as we did. And that's not fair. So and we were so powerful because we were actually directing them. We were going around the village. We stayed in our huts in Kiriwong. So the other model that has potential really is the project-based approach. Is the project-based research approach. It's a model that builds on other community-based approaches and designed to connect knowledge production and social change, including research projects that use the natural sciences. It actually follows 4 very logical processes or steps as the community defines an issue to address. So from the project-based approach, we engage in a project because it is what the community needs. First, we diagnose the issue, doing research to understand the issue and how it is going to be impacting the community. The second is engage in research to develop a prescription. So what would we do? Like a medicine. What should we do to solve this problem? It's a strategy for addressing an issue. The third is the community implements the strategy. That's the third phase of the research-based approach. And the fourth, of course, is that when we do a project, we always evaluate so that when we are asked, did your research project have an impact? And how much impact does that have? So another mistake that we did not do in Kiriwong is that we did not evaluate our impact in the community. In the project-based research approach, it is the issue and the community's desire to act on the issue that actually leads the process. This model tries to incorporate the integration of a community development practice that includes collective empowerment. A fellow researcher, activist in Thailand, is part of the team, and in this picture here, she was looking at using solid waste for methane gas production. So the community development approach enhances the power knowledge loop where grassroots community members actively lead the knowledge production process to build their capacity to address their immediate community issues. The project-based approach that includes credentialed researchers involves more collaboration when the community partners are involved in all the research stages and is part of the important research decision-making processes. We embarked on the research, human ecological balance for sustainable development, without consulting our partners. So we just said, this is our topic. We'd like to find out how you recovered, how you are able to address environmental issues. In the research-based approach, as collaborators fully participate in the knowledge production process, the learning that results can empower them to carry out their own future knowledge production activities that truly follow their goals for change and for a stronger power-knowledge relationship. The focus on specific issues for specific situations could increase the potential that the research findings will be applicable in solving their problems. So this is actually in the forest of Kiriwang, where they did their mixed orchard farming. In the mixed orchard farming, they would plant tall trees and those shorter trees alongside each other and herbs based on the requirement for sun and water of these plants. Sorry, can you go back, please? How do partnering organizations benefit from a community-driven approach? What outcomes could constituents of partnering organizations experience? How does the model challenge the community partners' capacity and leadership? So, this is a case study of the Nelson Institute that provided grants for a university that offers an interdisciplinary education and research program focused on complex environmental issues, very similar to the research that we did. The Nelson Institute actually provided funding for 3 capstone courses, okay, that were offered as advanced undergraduate practical learning experiences with community-based organizations. Funding for 3 consecutive capstone courses that were taught on annual basis was actually given to them. In the first capstone, which was 1 year, the project evaluated the impacts of community programs from 5 years backwards. So in the past 5 years, what did the community do? What environmental programs did the community do? They tried to diagnose the environmental issues that were on the community's mind. The partnerships designed and implemented a citywide survey, and the students analyzed the data that they gathered. They presented their data as a public event to the city, and they also held a roundtable discussion. So if you will notice, this follows the first process in a project-based approach, which is diagnosis. So the first capstone of the students and the professor was to diagnose through this manner. The second capstone, the survey results and the community event highlighted the importance of water issues. So it was also the year of the water at that time, so they highlighted water issues in the community, both the health of the water source, the idea of where the water is sourced, and the quality of the drinking water in the community. Collaboration between the project team and the city supported the year of the water. The project team, which is made up of the students and the professor, carried out its own water challenge, a contest with prizes for residents who would conserve the most water and come up with the most innovative water conservation strategies. The community partners or the community-based organizations designed and implemented water conservation projects. Actions were not obtained from the traditional research process. The community event served as a kind of crowdsourcing process to collect possible prescription strategies which set the boundaries for the possible solutions. The third capstone evaluated the impact of the community-based organizations' water conservation projects on their members through in-depth interviews conducted by the students. So the students, our students could serve as enumerator. For them, it's the students that did the interview with the leaders of the community-based organization that had organized water conservation projects so that the project team could learn what worked and did work in implementing the second strategy. The project-based research model avoids problem by pursuing knowledge production and social change simultaneously through community defining the issues that they want to address. That's the first capstone. Connecting the research with action through a cycle of diagnosing community issues, prescribing solutions to the issues, implementing these solutions, and there's very likely support from the community because they took part in the research, and then evaluating the outcomes of the implemented solutions. How partnering organizations benefit from a community-driven approach. The community university partnership is increasingly regarded as a strategy to help academic scholarships be more relatable to the community. A small, all-volunteer organization partnering with a research university can serve to enhance its legitimacy. This is a picture of the housing along Kalichode in Yogyakarta. Anyone have been to Kalichode in Yogyakarta? It's, to the Filipinos, it's like a Pasig River running through the city of Manila. Kalichode is a river that runs across Yogyakarta. It is one of the tributaries from Merapi that has erupted and caused and the water and the eruption, the cold lava flows through Kalichode River, and because of that, the river becomes flooded. Okay, so this is the picture is the housing there. I remember when we partnered with an NGO in charge of Kalichode River. It's called, I lost the Indonesian name, but it's like Kalichode Partners or Cooperation for Kalichode Upkeep. One of the leader, the president, Pak Totok Protono, said, at least you gave us, because you're doing research and partnering with us, we became known to City Hall and to the university. So there's being partners, academics, partnering with small groups like this gives them the reputation, the character, the legitimacy. So that's what the NGO could benefit. One of the typical challenges for small organization is being strategic about fitting local actions to available resources. Without a carefully crafted planning process, an organization can risk having either too many disjointed ideas supported by inadequate resources, and the ideas that these organizations have are everywhere, from income generation, from trying to prevent the floods, from education, and from housing of those who live along the river, or too many ideas with too little ideas with resources not being optimized. Fostering an academic-driven approach. Academic partners must intentionally put community partners in critical decision-making role for the project, so that this is, I think, one of the necessary things that we should do. As academics, when we have community partners, they must be part of our decision-making early on in the research. 2, in a gendered relationship that overlaps with the status difference relationship, because academics can be male or female, our partner organizations, mostly in the community, it's the females that are there. When we did research in the poorest communities in the Philippines, it was easier to talk to women leaders, the housewives. They were always available. So there's also the gender balance that we have to look into when we do community-driven research projects. Community engagement must be central to the project goals and community partners. It's not just research. That is the idea, or generating knowledge as a result of the research. A goal of the research would be to engage our partners, so that they can learn how academic partners practice community engagement. The involvement of students in the partnership could actually offer additional brain power, brain power and manpower, actually, if we bring along our students, and the energy to execute civic engagement activities. We did a research along the Pasig River when they were closing down the old depot. And we brought, on a Sunday, we brought our students, those statistics students, in the churchyard. And we went around the streets in the city of Manila to ask them, if the oil depot is closed down, do you need training from the university? So our students served as enumerators, and that's the power of the students. There are so many of you that can help us. And the brain power would mean also that you are trying to apply what you have learned in our classroom. So it becomes service learning in a way. Still uncommon for universities and colleges to mobilize their resources under the direction of a local community group. Over the waiting room, we were discussing how when we do research in Thailand, it's more university-based. And that will be a problem, bringing down resources to the community. So when we did our research, we were actually found, because there were Thai fellows, they were fellows from Thailand who were with us, but the university did not fund our research. It was a foundation, a Japanese foundation, the Nippon Foundation, that funded our research. So we did not get funding from our individual universities, but for the Philippine university, the counterpart of the participation of our university was to pay for the salary of researchers like me and those from the University of the Philippines. Participatory practice integrated into the project-based model allows the local community to play a key role throughout the project. Analysis indicates, as in the case of the 3 Capstone project, that long-term partnership multiplies those benefits. However, the benefits may come with consequences to the community, especially for small community organizations. There's also such a thing as partnership fatigue. You partner with them for 3 years, they get tired of us as well. Being collaborators and leaders of the partnership may cost members of the planning team a significant amount of time and energy, and that should be carefully considered. How the partnership can challenge the capacity and leadership of the project team? This assumption of resource equality is problematic in a typical science-driven partnership context. The possession of scientific information by academics and the consumption of the information by communities will set up 2 distinct roles in most partnerships. In environmental researches, however, some communities have developed its own natural science in management expertise and may not be at the knowledge disadvantage in terms of environmental science projects. So sometimes the community knows so much. In the case of the research that we did for the Nippon Foundation, we were actually trying to see how the community tried to support themselves in this situation. Can we bring back the slide of the picture? Okay. So this is Batanes in the northernmost tip of the Philippines. You see the hats that they are wearing? It's called the bakul. And it's supposed to be wind resistant. So they cannot use umbrellas because your umbrellas will just be blown away. So the people, the Ivatans, the people of Batanes developed this. So that's something that they know from their experience. This is how they build their houses, with stones and lime. Okay, stones and lime. And they look at the configuration of the stone so to put them together to build their homes. And the thatches are done in a cooperative manner. And they usually change roofings, their thatch roofings, every decade or so. And when when the roof of your house is destroyed, the entire community helps you. So when the other neighbor's roof is destroyed, the entire community, that's the way they learn to adjust to the harshness of the environment. All the storms that pass the Philippines passes through Batanes. It's like the gateway of storms and typhoons to the Philippines. And that's how the people of Batanes have learned to survive. They also practice cooperative farming, because if you farm in your land and you're the only one who farmed there, and it is destroyed by storm, you're going to go hungry. Batanes is nearer Taiwan than Metro Manila. Okay? The flights there are limited. If it becomes windy, there is no flight that can go. Everything is imported in Batanes. Our San Miguel beer, our cement, our hollow blocks are imported in Batanes. It is not manufactured there. So people just learn to survive in a cooperative manner. So how do they farm? It's several families planting in a plot so that they can also share. Even when they go fishing, fishing is done in a cooperative manner. And all the fish during the fishing season are dried and distributed to the community. And we learned that. We learned that as their partners. Next slide. Scheduling often presents challenges in community-university partnerships. So it's not surprising when an academic that typically partners with organizations have better resources and dedicated members to participate, whereas the small organizations, sometimes the membership will just fall out. The practice of selecting well-resourced partners to meet academic agendas at the expense of the organization, and the need at most that would need to address immediate local issues is common. It becomes extra workload really for partners, and it could exhaust their limited resources. The broader practice of community-university partnership has been sensitive to the challenges that a community has to endure to be a full partner. How could the partnership be more sensitive to the community's partnership fatigue that likely affects the success of that partnership itself? In the final analysis, one of the most important benefits of community-university partnership is that as scholars become more engaged in the community, the products of the scholarship can be more relevant and impactful. This is San Carlos Borromeo Church in Mahatao, Batanes. And what we did, the second picture is our blank book library. We built this library of blank books so that people who come to this is in the Beaterio, it's underneath the church. So we built a blank book library. And the tourists and the people who visit Batanes pick out a book and reflect on how Batanes has affected them. And you bring back that book. Hopefully when you come back and visit and you can still find what you wrote. I really forgot which book number and what page I've written in that. But now it is a tourist must visit in Batanes. At least we have done this for the people of Batanes. By building positive relationships with community partners, academics will be better informed by the community's socially and culturally grounded understanding of particular issues. Effective community engagement is not only important for academics. Thus, the project-based research model offers a good case of a subject-subject relationship that facilitates productive learning and at the same time balances the power between the two partners in learning. In a truly collaborative process, the technical expertise of credentialed scientists would matter only when connected with and guided by the experiential expertise of community members and leaders about community needs and perspectives. Equalizing power in the knowledge production process increases the potential to distribute the benefits more equitably and increases the opportunities to produce societal levels of change through collective action. Knowledge production that is driven by an empowered community would influence policy development and implementation and help create a democratic society. Implementing a participatory process with marginalized community can be dilemmatic unless the credentialed experts like you and I are genuinely willing to engage in a process that empowers communities. So with that, I leave you this framework that while there are challenges, there are enablers. And part of the enablers would be, as academics, bringing in our community partners early on in the game. Terima kasih. Maraming salamat po. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for Dr. Anienza with some of your questions. For Dr. Anienza, we are joining the online forum with the panel speakers. So, ladies and gentlemen, starting with our president, who will share and us watch this
Our plenary speaker is the incumbent Center Director of the Southeast Asian Ministries of Education Organization, Regional Center for Early Childhood Education and Parenting. She is the head of the Center of Gender and Childhood Studies, Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. Her research is focused on the issues of gender and social justice in early childhood education, as well as the impact of neoliberalism in early childhood education. She was able to publish several peer-reviewed articles and book chapters on the topic. She has also been invited as visiting lecturer in Surankabus University, Oman, Gothenburg University, and University West, Sweden. She was a guest editor for Policy Future in Education, special edition on neoliberalism and practices of early childhood education in Asia, and Journal of Pedagogy's special issue on negotiating the local and global discourses in shaping early childhood education practices in the Global South, an act of decolonization. Currently, she serves as member of editorial board for Policy Features in Education, International Journal of Early Years Education, Global Studies of Childhood and Children and Society. Our speaker is a holder of Doctor of Philosophy from the Department of Educational Research, Lancaster University, United Kingdom. Our plenary speaker, Dr. Vina Adriani.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Adriani is represented today by Dr. Beautiful, Vice Director of Simeo.
Peace be to you and Allah's mercy and blessing as well. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, Honorable Chief or Chairman of the Apcore and Pak Prihatono as the Director of Piksi Ganesha. Would like to say thank you for this opportunity to invite Simeo Cecep as one of the speakers in these sessions. Simeo is an abbreviation from the Southeast Asian Ministry of Education Organization, and we are focusing on early childhood care education and parenting. So our field, we do the research and development, we do capacity building and advocacy. We develop the policy brief to advocate the leader, the decision maker to follow these ones. Slide, please. Yes, ma'am. This is the CMO, you see, CMO, the abbreviation from the Southeast Asian Minister of Education Organization. And we are a regional center for early childhood care education and parenting. Our CMO CHECEP is we are a successful initiative. We do a lot of programs that related to the SDGs as presented by the keynote speaker in the first. We are focused on the number 4 of the SDG. So education, the quality of education provided to the new generation to be the good generation in the future. This is the commitment of the world commitment to the ECCE. One is the Chair Convention, and the second one is the regional from the CMO. In the CMO, we have 7 CMO priority areas, and then number one is the early childhood education, that is achieving universal early child care and education, child care education. So the national policies from the Indonesian government, it's one village, one ECCE unit. This is the president decree that one village should have one early childhood unit. And also the compulsory 1 year of early childhood learning before they entering to the pre-elementary school. So one village, one unit center, ECCE unit center, and 1 year before enter to the pre-primary education. This is SDG 4.2. Ladies and gentlemen, we can see that the number 4 is ensuring and safe, inclusive, equitable, quality education, promote lifelong learning, opportunity for all, education for all. It's a focus for us. Actually, now the big problem is about the, what we say, entering to the early childhood education. It's go down after the pandemic. The number is below 50. Maybe 43% of the child go to the ECCE unit. So it's not higher than the what we say, elementary school, secondary school, and the high school. And then we see the number 4.2 is by 2030 to ensure that boys and girls have access to the quality of early childhood education. This is the mention from the global SDG. We have 17 global SDG sustainable education development. So the first presenter also focus on the collaboration to promote the education, especially between Indonesia and Philippines. Next, this is we focus on the declarations, many declarations that produced by the national commitment that for the ECCE, Pendidikan PAUD, yes, ECCE, if we say in Indonesia, Pendidikan PAUD dan Pendidikan Keluarga. So we have number 1 in Cheon in Korea. This is the global commitment to the ECCE in the world. And number 2, we have Kathmandu Statement on Action about ECCE. Number 3, we have Putrajaya in Malaysia about the ECCE declaration. Number 4, we have Tashkent Declaration in 2022. In Tashkent Declaration, the government should improve the budget for ECCE up to 10% in Tashkent Declaration. But we have also, next please. We have also Asian Declaration about the ECCE is conducted on 25th and 26th in Stand Regis in Jakarta, and all ministers approve this, what we say, endorse this declaration. The Minister of Education of Indonesia, this This is the senior director, or I would like to say apologize. My director is going to China, so she cannot attend these events. Apologize for her absence, cannot attend this one. So I representative of senior Chechep to present this papers. This is the Minister of Education. This is Director of what we say Elementary School Directorate of the Ministry of Education. All the 10 ministers already endorsed the declaration, and we have also conducted the international conference related to early childhood care education. Next. This declaration is focused, we have 7 points. One is about the access and participations in the high quality of education. Talking about high quality of education, even this event also would like to do the research and educator to promote the education in the region, Asia Pacific, for educator and researchers, to promote the quality of education for all of us can learn, lifelong learning can be developed. And then to ensure the ACCE curriculum, to promote hands-on curriculums that can be help us to do a lot of with the ACCE. The third one is the fourth is to develop monitoring system, because in Indonesia is the big problem for the entering to the access to education, and also the what we say about the monitoring system. We are work in Indonesia is work on monitoring because the project is conducted, no evaluation. So like training, research, everything are we conducting, and we have no budget to evaluate and monitoring the programs. Number 5 is priority area in political agendas of the people, but now we have approached already, the minister approved the declaration on early childhood education and parenting. And then we have strengthened transition. This is now is the hot issue in the Ministry of Education, Research, Culture, Research and Technology of Indonesia about the transition from the early childhood to the pre-primary school education. And then develop evidence-based policy framework on the mobile and coverage of resources. Bapak Ibu sekalian, karena Indonesia itu guru PAUD itu gajinya 1 juta, jadi agak susah. Ada guru PAUD di sini? Tidak ada. But the education is important based on the research from the USA that the development brain of the children is up to the 8% in the early childhood age. Next, please. This is a senior CSEP. You see already we are the intergovernmental organization located in Lembang, when most of the participants go there yesterday. The cold place for the Indonesia, like Puncak also. Lembang and Puncak is the cold place for the Jakarta people come to make a traffic jam every day. So we are focusing on the collaboration in the field of education, science and culture, dan established in 1965. Didirikan sebelum ASEAN. ASEAN itu 67, Sino 65. Untuk pendirian ini ada 26 senior regional center di bawah Simeo. In Indonesia, there are 7 Simeo center. And then we have our mission to be the center of excellence for the research capacity building advocacy in the field of early childhood education and parenting. So we combine two, Simeo Chechep. And in the international law, we call Simeo CSEP. But in the local West Java, we call Simeo CSEP. that we also conduct research to support the advocacy, to support the development of the programs, policy in the regions, like we conduct the policy dialogue with the Minister of Education, and then we build the network. So we are, Senior Chechep is still young, so should we build a network, building a network, collaboration among policymakers, professional, practitioners, academicians, to promote sustainable resources development in the CMO. There are 11 CMO member countries. Next. This is our second flagship program for the CMO CSEP. If you are willing to have the MOU or collaboration with us, please come to us. We will discuss what program that we can do together. This is our flagship programs, promoting children and family well-being in the Southeast Asia, include Indonesia also. And the flagship program number 1 is the children access and participation to the quality of ECCE. Number 2 is anti-bias education. Number 3 is holistic integrated, PAUD-HI, we call in Indonesia, holistic integrative ECCE. This is children access and participate to ensure that all children to have equal access for all. Equal access to high quality of ECCE is one of the mandate of the Sustainable Development Goals that we take from the 17 Sustainable Development Goal. And no notion of the access of the participant should have the limited to school enrollments. According to the Indonesian case study, when you come to the primary education, some of school that do the test for the children. But according to the regulation from the Ministry of Education or Culture of Indonesia, without test for entering to the elementary school. So to what we say, not smooth transition from the early childhood education enter to the primary education. Now, this model, we developed one module about the training. This training is disseminated in Oku, South Sumatra of Indonesia, to help Indonesia to reduce the stunting number. Now, Indonesian stunting number is 24.2% of the population. So, based on the President decree, in 2024, the stunting reduced up until 14% of the population. So we do this program. Three mentioned field. We have to also the information dissemination because Indonesia rich in local languages, rich in culture. So we educate, we train the what we say local government to develop their information in local language to help the people how to know about the stunting, now how to anticipate the stunting number from this one. And Sino Cecep, one of the what we say institution that taken by the Bappenas, National Planning of Indonesia, as the one of institution to help to reduce number of stunting in Indonesia. And the second one is about the this is the next programs is about parenting programs, ethno-parenting program we conduct in West Java, now in Java, in West Java and Java, and also with in Sumatra with the National University of Padang. We conduct this research about the ethno-parenting. We would like also to ask the Goisin City University to conduct this research because the scope of the collaboration of the research is all of the Southeast Asian country, but now it's still in Indonesia. And we have anti-bias education. It's an educational approach that recognize the celebration. And Simo Cecep also helped the Ministry of Education in Indonesia about the anti-bias education, how to be independent student, how to be not blame to the other student in the class or in the environment. And we also develop one of our neighborhoods. This is already training. It's the second time for the participant that go to the Siamo Lake yesterday, went to Siamo Lake yesterday. This module is to help the Indonesia, is the parenting module untuk, for helping the parents for how to educate children. And then we have our neighborhood, the children access and participant beyond the children right, protection, construction, and happy children, holistic integrated, anti-bias education, reject women care, exploitation, happy teacher, and we have also happy school, and we have also happy communities. It's what we say related to the president of Goizon City University, happy community, and we do research with the communities that can help us to disseminate the information more better. Because most of the popular our research in Indonesia, maybe more than thousands, is put in the libraries, disseminated to the stakeholder, the practitioner, to be implemented the new versions. This is children happiness. We have also prevention, protection, participation from the what we say United Nations children, this one. Fully rights of the children should be advocated to the policymaker, also the parents. Next. This is still in blended training. I think it's not so important. We have our happy neighborhood, what we say training in UP Tasik. Ada yang dari UP Tasik? No. Next is training with the Philippines teachers, ACCE teacher, guru PAUD dari Philippines. Kami training online menggunakan what we say the model of our happy neighborhood. We also training what we say P2K2S, more mindful parenting to the education, because the problem now is coming from home. The parents don't know how to educate the children well, so we should have the importance of education is started from home also. And we have holistic integrated. Holistic is to be collaborated, the PAUD, we say, ECC units should collaborate to make the aspect with the health center, with the police, with the, what we say also, administrative for the ID of the children. Without IT, we cannot go to the school. Even we go to school, it's not legally known by the Ministry of Education. So every share should have the number of ID for the citizenship. This holistic integrative, this policy brief that we launching by the Ministry of Education of Indonesia. Policy brief on the universal childcare is the one of the center initiative as follow up from the second annual report of the Simo Cecep, and also policy brief aim to achieve welfare and fulfilling women rights. And then policy brief intend to call to expand access for children from 0 to 8 years. This is launching policy brief. I think next. My slide a lot, 31 slides. Next, please. This is a launching policy brief attending by the Director General of Early Childhood Education, Primary Education and Secondary Education, Dr. Iwan Sahril. And then we have also a regional forum. We have also the governing board member from 11 countries, started from Brunei, Cambodia, Indonesia, up to the Vietnam. So we have the governing board member as our council to discuss, to approve our programs and to propose new program to the level of the senior regions. This is our first international conference conducting in the Grand, what we say, Merkur in Setiabudi. And this is also our journal, Sia Cecep, focusing about the early childhood education and parenting. If you want to see, you can go to the website of the Sino Cecep. It's linked to the Sia journal. And then we have model learning model. This is our project to support the early childhood education in nowadays. We do a lot of research and development, capacity building, and we build the advocacy to the policymaker. This is also learning model, mostly in Indonesia. We have also newsletter. We have also popular science books that we think the grassroots people cannot read with the what we say, easy words to understand of the text. So we developed this one. We have a lot, during the pandemic COVID-19, we conduct a lot of webinar. And this is the play important role of the transform the life of young children, particularly from the most vulnerable and imaginable groups. This is a big problem because the standard of the ECCE in the city, in rural, and what we say urban is very different. So we should thinking what is the gap between rural and urban area is also our focus. This is Profina Adriani, and you can go to the Simo Cecep with this link. This PowerPoint we provide to the committee if you need to see, please. We have also support the what we say about the MBKM, independent learning and independent campus. All the students in Indonesia should have to do the internship with the other institution at least one semester. So you can, you have the, what we say, relative study in ECCE to do internship in our Sino Cecep. Thank you very much for your attention.
Our plenary speaker is currently an associate professor of comparative literature at the School of Liberal Arts, Mephalwang University, Chiang Rai, Thailand. His research deals with issues in the environmental humanities, bridging across the interdisciplinary fields of ecosemiotics, eco-criticism, education for sustainability, and human ecology. He is the author of Habitat, the Eco-Political Nation 2012, and a contributor to the edited collection Southeast Asian Eco-Criticism, Theories, Practices, Prospects 2017. He has also published the textbook Prose Fiction, An Introduction to the Semiotics of Narrative 2019, as well as 5 novels and several academic essays in international journals. He is a member of the Executive Council of the Association for the Study of Literature and Environment in ASEAN. Our speaker earned his formidable education from the University of Barcelona, Spain, and University of Sussex, England. Our plenary speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Ignacio.
So thank you to Apcore and Piksi for inviting me to speak here today. I would like to speak about the future of education for sustainability in this time that we're calling the Anthropocene. And I'm going to speak from my ongoing research in the field of education for sustainable development, but also from my experience as a professor of literature in the north of Thailand in Mehalwang University. So, okay. So first of all, what is the Anthropocene and why does it matter for education? I'm sure that we are all very familiar now with this concept, which was introduced more than 20 years ago and has been widely debated in not just in the natural sciences, but also in the humanities. And it basically defines a new geological epoch, which comes after the Holocene, where us, humanity as a whole, the anthropos, have become the driving geological force on the planet, and we are producing systemic effects, including, of course, climate change, global warming, which is, as you all know, produced mostly by anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, but also a wide range of effects. Now, I don't want to speak today about the science of climate change or the politics of climate change, which are already widely known. What I would like to speak about is the stories that we tell ourselves about the Anthropocene, about climate change. And stories matter. As the historian Christophe Bonneuil pointed out, the kind of stories we tell ourselves today about the Anthropocene can shape the kind of geohistorical future that we will inhabit. So stories do matter, and they matter in particular to the kinds of educational systems and the curricula that we're putting in place as educators. So I'm going to speak about I'm going to identify three main cultural narratives, three main cultural responses or grand narratives about the Anthropocene. One of them is the eco-modernist, the other one is the eco-catastrophist, and the other one is the eco-socialist. And I would invite you, if you haven't done so already, to, as I go in a little bit more detail into each one of those narratives, to think about where do you position yourself in this kind of narrative? What story are you telling yourself about the Anthropocene? And I will then link these narratives with the kinds of educational initiatives that we're putting in place around the world for sustainability, and hopefully this will allow me to present an alternative vision of the curriculum grounded on recent posthumanist theory and practice. So first of all, the eco-modernist narrative, that's probably the most widely shared. It is very common amongst natural scientists, but also in the humanities. And it is basically founded on four propositions or four claims. One is that it is the whole human species, the anthropos, that is responsible for what is going on, the crisis, the ecological crisis that we are living. And secondly is that we are aware of this crisis precisely thanks to Earth monitoring science. So scientists are presented as the shepherds of humanity going forward. They're the leaders who are going to solve this problem. And this is usually presented in the form of scientific and technological interventions, for example, through geoengineering. And I will give you an example of this kind of narrative. Next slide, please. So Paul Crutzen, who was the Dutch chemist who coined the term Anthropocene more than 20 years ago, in his famous article in Nature, he pointed out a daunting task lies ahead for scientists and engineers to guide society towards environmentally sustainable management during the era of the Anthropocene. This will require appropriate human behavior at all scales and may well involve internationally accepted, large-scale geoengineering projects, for instance, to optimize the climate. So here we see all these elements of the eco-modernist narrative, which is basically a restatement of the narrative of enlightenment and the narrative of modernism that we've been seeing at least since the scientific revolution. So a very different narrative is the eco-catastrophist narrative, which does not dispute the idea that the human, the anthropos, is responsible as a whole for what's going on the planet, but it tells this story in starkly different terms. So from this perspective, scientific and material development of humanity is not the path to social progress and increasing mastery of nature, but rather it is a story of resource depletion, of rapacious growth, and technological expansion beyond the existing planetary boundaries. So not unlike 19th century romantics, eco-catastrophists are very distrustful of scientific, technocratic solutions, institutional solutions, for example, green growth strategies and the whole discourse of sustainable development. From this perspective, what is needed is to achieve resilience, to find ways of living in community that use less energy, less materials, less resources. And for that, we, according to this narrative, we need to have more participatory, more democratic forms of government that empower local communities and take care of non-human others. So, next slide, please. I'll give you an example. Greta Thunberg, the Swedish climate activist, a few years ago in front of the Davos World Economic Forum, she said, she urged the audience, I want you to act as if the house is on fire, because it is. And this statement captures this sense of urgency in the eco-catastrophist narrative. If you think about it, if your house is on fire, you're not going to sit down and wait for an expert to come to tell you what you need to do or to give you a solution. You will do whatever it takes to save yourself and to save your house. So a third narrative is the eco-socialist narrative, which is very critical of this idea that it is the whole of humanity, the whole anthropos that is responsible for the ecological crisis. From this perspective, the crisis is the product of a capitalistic model of production and development. So it is linked with the technological innovations and industrial growth, but also with the unequal exchanges and the exploitation of less powerful groups by more powerful ones across the world. That's why, from this perspective, people usually speak of the Capitalocene rather than the Anthropocene, and they don't trust the institutions in place or the experts in place in the present system to bring solutions, because they are part of that system that needs to be changed. They don't also trust that smaller local communities would bring solutions. So what they advocate is more engagement by citizens in struggles, intersectional struggles for equity, and to fix not just the uneven distributions of environmental hazards and opportunities, but more fundamentally, the social distribution of wealth and power between different human groups. So I'll give you an example from this narrative. Naomi Klein, the American activist, in a book about climate change, she said, "It is a civilizational wake-up call, a powerful message, spoken in the language of fires, floods, droughts, and extinctions, telling us that we need an entirely new economic model and a new way of sharing the planet." Next, please. Now, all of these narratives, the three narratives, have the eco as a prefix, and that's because they assume that we are aware and that we are concerned about this ecological crisis, the Anthropocene. But the fact is that that's not the case for everyone. In fact, a majority or a large part of the population today are either not aware of the Anthropocene or the climate crisis or what's happening around them in terms of this ecological collapse, or they are aware but they're not concerned about it, or they don't think that that requires any kind of urgent or particular action to address that. And there's always also people who are actively engaging against any kind of policy or response to this crisis because of different interests. So when we define the education responses, we have to bear in mind that we are not addressing just people who are already convinced that there is a need to respond, and that's an important point to bear in mind. In any case, education has been presented in the last decades as a solution, or perhaps the key solution to address sustainability and the Anthropocene. And if you read the literature from the UNESCO and many other global institutions, that is very clear. These responses are generally, I think simplifying a little bit, they are generally articulated in two large labels. One is global citizenship education, and the other one is education for sustainable development. Now, the relationship between these two is quite complex and multifaceted, and I don't have time to get into the details. But what it's important to understand is that neither ESD or GCE are homogeneous bodies of doctrine and practice. In fact, they're both contested concepts. They're traversed by similar fault lines and tensions between various pedagogical approaches, which are themselves rooted in conflicting ideologies and narratives. So for instance, GCE, this can be implemented in what is called neoliberal GCE, which tries to build skilled human capital who will be able to compete in the global markets. Whereas liberal GCE, coming from the tradition of Bildung, aims at the ethical development of human individuals, stressing the development of values and cosmopolitanism and cross-cultural dialogue. And then we have critical GCE, which is it's quite diverse, but tends to criticize both the political agnosticism of these previous approaches, but also their biases, whether it's androcentrism or ethnocentrism or anthropocentrism. Similarly, ESD we can identify an instrumental approach to ESD, which is mostly top-down, which assumes that the experts are going to define the goals, the famous SDGs, and then the educators are charged with taking those goals and convincing learners that they should change their behaviors in order to follow in that direction that has been predefined. Very different is the emancipatory ESD, which tries to empower learners, to encourage learners to define their own objectives, to make their own normative decisions, not just implement those that have been taken elsewhere. So, next please. I think we can establish a link between the narratives I spoke earlier about the Anthropocene and the different initiatives in education for sustainability. So if the narrative you're telling yourself about the Anthropocene is the eco-modernist, most likely you would support or you would pursue instrumental education for sustainability, which tries to achieve this idea of sustainable development. But if the story that you tell yourself is mostly eco-catastrophist, you would be very distrustful of instrumental approaches, and you would most likely put in place, or if you're a learner, pursue more emancipatory forms of education. And those forms of education are not attempting to reach any form of sustainable development, which is a concept that from this perspective is seen as almost like an oxymoron, but rather resilience and forms of living together that can, at the local level, that can be more sustainable. And finally, if you're an eco-socialist, you would probably pursue more critical forms of education, maybe based on, very often based on for example, on Paulo Freire's pedagogy of the oppressed, or critical pedagogies in general, which are more openly political, and they try to engage learners into taking part more actively in the intersectional struggles that affect the differences in power across the society. And the idea here is to contribute to, not to sustainable development or to resilience, but more to environmental justice. Now, next please. Now, the problem I see with all of these approaches, the three of them, is that they are all premised on the idea that the main function of education is to form active citizens. They aim at forging individuals who will then follow or assume their responsibility in following the pathways to sustainability, whether it is to achieve sustainable development or resilience or environmental justice. And this industrial metaphor, the forge, is actually used very often in the literature, both in ESD and GCE. So education is supposed to be this forge of engaged and responsible citizens, the hearth where the undisciplined human animal can be shaped into a well-behaved and sustainable humanity by the hammer of pedagogy. So I think that many of the tensions and the oppositions, and also the shortcomings of the different approaches to education for sustainability, can be explained by our reliance on this ideal of education, which itself is grounded or nurtured by the overwhelming ideology of humanism. So it is my contention that at the time of the Anthropocene, we need to move beyond humanism. We need to move beyond this ideal of education as the forge of global citizenship. And that requires us to take two difficult steps. One, leave behind citizenship, and the other one, leave behind the global. Next, please. And so the first, the ideal of citizenship. This modern notion of citizenship is very much tied with the liberal nation state and with a system of rights and obligations that is supposed to bind every individual within a given political community. And of course, globalization has been eroding this system of the rights of citizenship. It has weakened the modern nation state. It has made individuals more mobile and societies more liquid. And yet, the ideal of citizenship, sometimes morphed into what some call cosmopolitan citizenship, continues to be the foundation of our most cherished educational philosophies. But here, the Anthropocene is forcing us to abandon our faith in liberal or republican citizenship altogether. Because faced with climate change and its risks, I think we can no longer see ourselves as primarily as members of a political community endowed with a full set of rights. I mean, what do those rights mean when you have to wear a mask to breathe the air that has been polluted thousands and thousands of kilometers away? What do those rights mean when you have to move away from your land because it's being drowned by rising sea levels, again, by processes that go beyond any boundary, any political boundary, even of many nation states? So I think the Anthropocene forces us to recognize that we are not actually citizens, we are actually denizens, all of us. And this idea of denizen, which has been used in political philosophy, at least implicitly since Aristotle, basically a denizen is someone who inhabits a particular place but does not have the same rights that other individuals living in the same place. And of course, classically, those were, you had the citizens, and then you had a whole array of individuals like women, children, disabled, foreigners, slaves, the poor who did not have enough resources, who did not have those rights of citizenship. And I think what the Anthropocene is making us realize is that all of us, we are denizens. While we inhabit a place, a particular place on the earth, our rights are in fact fundamentally limited by the ecological systems on which our life depends. And at the same time, we are always in constant and ongoing relationship with a myriad other denizens, not just humans, but also non-humans, with whom we share the planet and the immediate habitat where we live. So we are all interconnected denizens, co-inhabitants with limited and precarious rights, ultimately derived from our living together in working ecopolitical communities. And therefore, we have expanded obligations to sustain those communities. And this is what Donna Haraway has been speaking about for a long time. So she insists that the Earth is inhabited by what she calls mortal creatures, entwined in a myriad unfinished configurations of places, times, matters, meanings. And she points to a time after the Anthropocene, perhaps after the Capitalocene, which she calls the Tulucene, which is perhaps a more positive engagement with what's going on in terms of the ecological crisis. And perhaps through education, she's inviting us to think about rehabilitation, making livable again, and sustainability amid the porous tissues and open edges of damage, but still ongoing living worlds, like the planet Earth and its denizens. Now, there's still, it's not enough to leave behind citizenship. There's still one ideal that is haunting us, which is this ideal of the globe, the global. And Peter Sloterdijk, the philosopher, has studied this quite in depth in his books on spherology. And it's clear that this all-encompassing totality, this globe, this idea of the globe, has sustained the metaphysical and the epistemological expansion of so-called civilized humanity throughout millennia. And it is also at the foundation of the modern expansion of humanity's material and geographical and ideological borders to circumscribe the whole Earth in what we call now globalization. Now, the basic problem with the global, this idea of the global, is that, as Bruno Latour says, is that it invites us to make a premature leap to a higher level by confusing the figures of relation, of connection, with the figures of totality. And you have an example here in the famous blue marble image of NASA, which just went away. So this, when you see this image, it immediately draws up this metaphysical image or figure of totality, while at the same time hiding or cloaking the multiple, complex and dynamic entanglements of all the co-inhabitants that actually make the Earth, the living Earth. So the globe is also the foundation of our educational initiatives. I mean, just look at GCE, which is explicitly aiming at forming individuals who would be able to embrace this globe, this all-encompassing sphere, and then to manage it perhaps through technocratic regimes or to transform it through revolutionary alternatives. And I think that the Anthropocene is fundamentally undermining this idea of the totality of the globe by bringing a new understanding of geohistory, this confluence, convergence of geological, biological, and human histories in which, for example, Dipesh Chakrabarty speaks about. So the Anthropocene forces us to recognize that we are not pre-existing individuals surrounded by some kind of sphere or living on the earth as if we were hosted by that sphere or enveloped by an external environment. We are the earth itself. So each one of us, both humans and non-humans, we open up worlds with our existence. And these own worlds, what Jacob von Uxküll called Umwelten, they are constantly emerging from our becoming with the world. And these multiple, complex, interconnected own worlds, they cannot be conceived or thought as globes. And we need a new metaphor. And Sloterdijk suggests that they are more like foams. So we are all, in a way, embodied in fragile envelopes of existence. And we are all entangled with each other. We are opening worlds and we are trapping bubbles in so doing, and that we're growing and eventually breaking up. So once we realize this, I think we are ready to do what Bruno Latour invites us to do, which is to face Gaia. And perhaps through education, we would be able then to move to a different way of understanding our place on Earth. And in that, as Latour says, this has nothing to do with being a human in nature or a human on the globe. It is rather a slow, gradual fusion of cognitive, emotional, and aesthetic virtues, thanks to which the loops are made more and more visible. And each passage through the loop, we become sensitive and more reactive to the fragile envelopes that we inhabit. So, as the awareness of this new epoch sinks in, educators might have to abandon this ambition of forming global citizens and realize instead that education for sustainability needs to begin by recognizing and incorporating the fact that we all are interconnected Anthropocene denizens. Next slide, please. Now, this recognition would perhaps allow us to develop a new curriculum, what I'm calling here Anthropocene Denizenship Education, which is perhaps not a very good name, but in any case, a curriculum that replaces global citizenship education and overcomes the tensions between the different approaches to education for sustainability. Next slide, please. Now, to achieve this, I think it is essential to move beyond humanism, to leave behind the ontology of humanism, which has sustained education for a long time. Because unless we make a paradigmatic shift in our educational model, it seems very difficult that we will be able to effectively face the challenges of the Anthropocene. And here our main problem, our main challenge is how to educate without recovering and reconstructing an idealized image of humanity as the guide for pedagogical philosophy and practice. And posthumanism, which is a very broad movement, very diverse, is inviting us precisely to move beyond this liberal ideal of cultivating humanity, as, for example, Martha Nussbaum would say, and rather to engage in an education that is able to face humanity, precisely at the point where humanity attempts to detach itself from the non-human. Now, education, especially humanistic education, has been historically one of the crucial levers in what Giorgio Agamben called the anthropological machine, this discursive formation that produces and maintains the ontological distinction between humans and non-humans. But recognizing that the subjects of education are not global citizens, but precarious and entangled denizens, including humans and non-humans, is the first step in the development of alternative forms of teaching and learning that effectively disrupt the denials and illuminate the blind spots that allow the violence and the unsustainability of the Anthropocene to continue to expand. Now, it remains to be seen whether a posthumanist education will be able to effectively replace centuries of human-centered education. For the moment, many posthumanist educators around the world are putting forward initiatives, especially in the area of early childhood and primary education, based on the observation that young children are spontaneously more open to connect with a more than human world, precisely because they have not been accultured yet in humanism, in the ontology of humanism and the ideology of humanism. But this is the reason why, for us who are trying to educate at the level of secondary or even tertiary education, we face the challenge because our students have already been, like we all are, already accultured in those ways of thinking and living. Next slide, please. So it is here where I think that a curriculum based on this idea of Anthropocene denizenship education is truly necessary, because we need to learn from this experience in early childhood education that it is possible through education to put in place pedagogical practices that allow students to develop relational capabilities better adapted to the challenges of the Anthropocene. And I call these sustainabilities because they're crucial abilities for all of us, humans and non-humans, to sustain ourselves and to sustain each other in the uncertain times of the Anthropocene. And they include things like attendability, being able to attend to the other, to the harm that is being endured by the other in its own terms, from its own perspective. So to listen to the experience of the other, whether that other is a human or a non-human. And also responsibility, the ability to respond to that harm and by taking care, by taking action to prevent or heal those wounds. Now, in primary or early childhood education, fostering these sustainabilities may be immediately attainable, but at secondary and tertiary levels, I think it is necessary to introduce the negative concept of denizenship in order to undermine these pre-existing humanist formations. Because recognizing oneself as a denizen alongside other human and non-human denizens, all similarly deprived of rights and obliged to sustain each other in order to survive and avoid further harm, that is a troublesome experience. It is filled with grief and with sorrow and anxiety, but it can also erode the sense of entitlement and privilege, as well as the apathy that human-centered education instills into all of us. So to sum up, I think in this sense, I need to encourage also vulnerability, the ability to recognize and experience one's own fragility and exposure to harm or injury, one's own defenselessness in the face of climate change, habitat destruction, extinction, and other consequences of the ongoing ecological collapse. And so, if to summarize what I've tried to say here, is that a new posthumanist curriculum for sustainability education should not attempt to develop skills, competencies, capabilities aimed at dealing with the global environmental crisis. Rather, it should aim at fostering vulnerabilities, attendabilities, and responsibilities. And only in this way, I think, can education help us to cultivate an embodied, affective, experience, relational sense of becoming together or becoming with our co-inhabitants, including both humans and non-humans, as we all struggle with the open wounds of our common epoch. So that's everything I want to say. Terima kasih. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Evo, for the insightful presentation. Friends, that completes the plenary talk for today. Day 2 of the Apcore-Piksi conference. At this juncture, we invite our speakers to come up on stage for the open forum and to moderate the open forum. We call on Dr. Asrilia, professor from the University of Eastern College of Arts and Sciences. Once again, we are calling on our speakers.
Recording in progress.
And this is your time for Dr. Asrilia, Professor from the University of the East College of Arts and Sciences.
Good morning, everyone. And so some of the words that struck me while listening to the presentation includes human ecological balance, collaboration at work, education to the rescue, engaging beyond humanism, which all lead to sustainability. So thank you very much to our speaker for an on-point discussion. We really learned a lot, but I'm sure our participants has a lot of questions. So Santi and Leonard will be there to assist you. If you have any question, just raise your hands. And really highly encourage you to ask questions. But being the moderator, I have the honor to ask the first question. So, Dr. Chenza, what really struck me with your discussion, I think we are all guilty here, all researchers, no? The ultimate learners in learning process are the scientists themselves, researchers themselves. And I think that's the bottleneck in all researches. And so you mentioned about project-based approach towards sustainability. Based on your experience, long experience in research, education, where are we heading now? How are we in the region or probably in the Philippines, are we going towards a positive direction of community, university engagement?
Thank you for that question. It really brought me to think of where we are heading, as I was doing our presentation. But I think there's great pressure on universities, especially local universities like mine, like Quezon City University. There's great pressure on our universities to contribute to the community, to our society. We're no longer the ivory tower of society. When in the past we were the ivory tower, we were high up there and providing knowledge, engaging in basic research, developing new things that are useful to society. Today, there's more pressure on us that everything, the knowledge that we do should be very useful to the community. Because technological advancements bring wealth, not only to the university, but to the community. So the results of our researchers should be marketable. And for it to be marketable, the community must be involved. We must know what the problem is. We do not develop technology because we want to develop a technology. We develop a technology, for example, because our community is finding solutions to their problems. So I think that's really going to be the direction of all researchers, that we impact the community by the knowledge that we produce, by the materials and the processes that we are able to develop as a result of our research in partnership with society. There's no way that we can do it but that way, I think.
Thank you. And it's really the government, educational institution, and of course, citizen science is now the trend. Thank you, ma'am, for that. How about the audience?
Thank you, Doc Axel. I think we have one question here from our Philippine delegates.
And the second question from Ibu Neneng, and third questions from the students. Okay.
Okay, good morning. I'm Dr. Marquez from Universidad de Manila, Philippines. Before anything else, I would like to congratulate the three speakers this morning, okay? So thank you for a very informative information. My question is actually for Madam Atienza. My paper on this presentation, on this activity is about management and leadership for local universities and colleges in the city of Manila. So, during my gathering of data, the challenges I encountered are the lack of support, lack of financial support, lack of awareness from the students and to the faculty members also, and the implementation. So my question is, as the president of a local university and colleges, how do you implement sustainable education in your school, Madam President Atienza?
I think we have the same challenge as a
Yes,
local
ma'am.
university. In the Philippines, there are two sets of higher education that are funded by government. One set of higher education or one group of higher education institutions are funded by the national government, the state universities. There's another set of universities publicly funded by the local government, by our cities. In the same case as our presenter later this afternoon, Quezon City University is such. And we are challenged by resources. And you know, our reputation brings that resources. Our reputation brings that resources if we are known. When I assumed the position of president of Quezon City University, people were asking, so there's a Quezon City University. Where is that university? What is it doing? I guess that's the same question for Universidad de Manila. But you know, I think implementing sustainable education brought us to where we are now, meaning to say being known already, not only in the city, but in the other parts of the country. And I hope and that's also the reason why I usually attend Apcore. I consistently attend Apcore conferences so that universities all over the Philippines would know that there's such a university. Why did I say this brought us the reputation? Sustainable education brought us the reputation. First in the city, now we're known by co-employees in the city that there's a university and this is what we do. We engage with the community. We engage with the community by way of education and also our researches. Quezon City University is known for urban agriculture. So we have a Center for Urban Agriculture and Innovation. And the result of our researches and innovations are shared with the community. So we do trainings. Leonard here connects us to our kampong, to our barangay, so that we learn what they need, and we do the research with them, and then we provide them with the results of our research. Our engineering students, after going to the communities, would develop instruments or materials that we actually donate to the community. And that's part of our sustainable education. Right now, we're doing a research with the Department of Science and Technology. We're developing black soldier fly, which is going to be used for solid waste management. And we partner with the community in doing that. So I think that gives us relevance. And when you are relevant, the resources will follow.
Thank you. So I think we really need to...
Thank you, Madam.
We really need to engage the community so that we will be, relevant, best practices, and a lot. I think Sandy has...
Yeah. One question from international student of Polytechnic-Piksi Ganesha, please.
Good noon, everyone. My name is Marceline Pareda Tondonao, major in business management. As we know that all organizations should be best collaboration in chance to a successful goal. My question to Ms. Aisa Enda Palupi, how to encourage the people in the country when the economy status no good yet, and how to make strategy to do in similar level. Thank you.
Thank you. For Dr. Irfuti.
The question is to me.
Yes. Can Can you repeat once again?
To whom the question, please?
Okay, I repeat.
Please read again.
How to encourage the people in the country when the economy status to no good yet, and how to make strategy to do in similar level.
According to the education, because we have many challenges in education. If you want to be a good education, it's all challenges we should have the solution for them. In our Southeast Asian country, it's top-down culture. So we, from the Simo Cecep, we would like to have the, what we say, advocate to the leaders. The president, the minister, and then go to the governor, and then go to the mayor, and then go down. When the decision maker say yes, everything will be go okay. But the public awareness of the people is not the same. We can do the training, the most of the public related to your programs. We can do the training, but this training need the funds. How you can operate the fund for the training? For example, the access of the children to the ECCE, the awareness of the parents is low. So how can we educate or advocate the parent to know about the importance of education in early childhood? So we do the training, public awareness, rising by the, but everything is need the budget. But if the policy maker say yes, we got the budget, we can do this program. Thank you.
Thank you. So I believe the CMES Cecep is actually doing inclusivity because of a diverse economy in the region, right?
We collaborate with the local governments. When the local government from the mayor say yes, everything will go smoothly. Yes. Because our program is sharing program. It's not from all from our Simo Cecep, but should be respond also from the local government.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Anyone from the audience?
Yes, Doc Axel, we have another question here from our Philippine delegate.
Hi, sir. Good morning. I would like to ask a question to Dr. Rubo. Your discussion about post-humanist. In what ways might a post-humanist approach to curriculum development promote a more inclusive and diverse educational experience, considering the continuous evolvement or the evolving relationship between humans and technology?
Humans and technology or humans and ecology? Sorry.
Humans and technology.
Technology. Yeah, so I think if we think about the challenges of technology in education, right now we are in the middle of almost a seismic revolution, right, with AI, generative AI. There's a lot of challenges. Now, there's also a lot of opportunities, right? And it really depends, again, how we approach the changes that are undergoing in our infrastructure or technological capabilities, right? And very often, I think, historically, we have failed at that. Instead of taking the opportunity of technological change to redefine who we are in relation with others who are not us, we have basically attempted always to take and use for the purposes that are, more relevant for us, for whatever pragmatic rationale that we have. And that has been, it is understandable that we do that because, we're looking for ourselves. Unfortunately, I think that right now, precisely because of the ecological crisis, I don't think we have room to do that anymore. So we need to find different ways of engaging, not just with non-human others who are alive, but also with matter, with machines, with AI, which might be conscious pretty soon, or at least have some semblance of consciousness. And in any case, the ability to replace many of the functions, like the lady was asking about, the sort of like the economic pressures that education has to form people who will be placeable in the labor market. But the labor market is shifting completely and very rapidly. So who knows what are going to be the skills that will be necessary in 20 years. If you have a very narrow idea of what those skills are, you're probably going to miss the future.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. So, Dr. Ribo, do you think we are still in the Anthropocene or going towards the post-humanist concept?
Well, I mean, the Anthropocene is a geological concept. Right? It's actually it's currently being discussed by stratigraphers, by the Association of Stratigraphy, which is the experts within geology who study the layers on the Earth and define when there's a sufficient change in the layer to establish a new epoch. And they call that the golden spike. And they're still discussing. And to be honest, it's not a very interesting discussion for us. I mean, it doesn't really matter whether we are in the Anthropocene or we are in the Capitalocene or however you call it. What matters is what's going on with the Earth, with ourselves, our communities. I mean, just look at recently, the wildfires all around the world. Yeah, flooding. It's clear now what's going on, right?
Thank you.
Yes, we have one
We have
question.
one last question.
Yeah, this is the last question from Indonesia delegate, sir.
Hello. I have 3 questions. Is it okay?
One question, ma'am.
One question. Okay.
Because of time.
Okay. My question is for Dr. Atinza. Okay. How to encourage the students and teachers to produce applied research that make useful and benefit the community? Thank you.
I think you have to incorporate service learning in your curriculum. Service learning is when part of our curriculum or part of our syllabus in a subject would mean that our students try out what they learned in the classroom in the community. And after working with the community, go back to the classroom, be able to reflect on how they were able to help the community, and what else they can do for the community, so that the learning is actually practiced even as they are enrolled, even as they are doing the subject for credits. They are already trying out what they have learned in the classroom in the community. And then they go back to the classroom and try to see how it has affected their learning. Because I tell you, we did this and we're doing it now in Quezon City University. And our students are enjoying the class because they have the free time to go share with the community what they learned. And then there's that eureka feeling that I did it and we were able to really get what was taught in the classroom because we were able to share it with the community. And then after that, the reflection actually allows them to think if they are willing to do the same or work with the community in the future.
Thank you. So thank you very much again to our distinguished lecturers, Dr. Atienza and the rest. So may I call on...
Doc Axel, yes. For our last question, actually, we have here our last...
I thought there's
last question. Last Indonesian
last
delegate.
from Indonesia and the last
okay,
from the
sorry.
Philippines.
Yeah, last from the Philippines. Ma'am?
Hello, good morning, everyone. My question is for Dr. Ribo. Actually, your presentation, sir, is connected with my paper presentation this afternoon. My paper is all about the education 4.0, and yet yours is all about the education 5.0. Therefore, I got your point with the implementations of Anthropocene for the curriculum, since I am also with the natural history. My question, sir, is that what is the barrier or common barrier to humanistic education for the sustainable research development? By the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Dr. Gumiran from the Philippines. Thank you, Doc.
I understand the question is what are the obstacles for
Yes, what is the obstacles or common barriers in the implementation or possible implementation to humanistic education for the sustainable research development?
okay, sustainable research development? I think it's an interesting concept. I'm not too sure what it means exactly, sustainable research development. First of all, because the concept of sustainability is so vague that it means so many different things for everyone. Some people have a very narrow idea of sustainability, some have a very broad. Research is also very, I don't think we can, we can think of research as a category, but the fact is that what we have are research practices, and those practices are unique. Every research project is going to have its own challenges, its own difficulties, its barriers, and you cannot expect to have recipes that are applicable to all kinds of research practice like you would not expect for any other practice. So it is when we sort of like, we make a jump and we establish a higher level category and we say, oh, this is research, so now it's an object, it's an idealized object that we can analyze, and in our minds we can establish, certain ideas, certain techniques that perhaps, we think they're going to help us, but the fact is that then those are, they're abstract ideas that don't necessarily have any relevance in practice.
Thank you very much. Again, I'm sure that you have a lot of questions in mind. You can approach our three lecturers later for your possible questions. Again, let us all thank Dr. Atienza, Dr. Rudy, and Dr. Rivo for the ongoing discussions.
Thank you very much to our speakers and of course to our delegates for actively participating in this discussion. It is now time to show our gratitude to our plenary speakers by awarding them our flag of appreciation, and may we call on the stage Dr. Witawan, Jakyam, Dr. Prihartono, and also Dr. Rasido to award the flag to our speakers.
Santi, allow me to read the citation. Asia Pacific Consortium of Researchers and Educators, Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia, awards this plaques of recognition to Dr. Teresita V. Atienza, President, Quezon City University, Professor Dr. Rina Adriani, Dr. Ip Bumi, Vice Director of Simeo Jejep, and Dr. Ignacy Ribo, Associate Professor of Comparative Literature, School of Liberal Arts, MAPA, Luang University, for providing the academic community, researchers, and other professionals with their vital insights and inspiration as plenary speakers during the Apcore-Piksi 2023 Hybrid International Conference given this 30th day of August 2023, signed by Dr. H.K. Prihartono, Director, Polytechnic Piksi Indonesia, President, Academic International Consortium of Indonesia, and Professor Dr. Bod Jainani, University Technical Malaysia, Chairman of Apcore. Once again, a big hand for our three
much. And ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite Java and Mika to give a performance today. Java and Mika, this is your time to entertain us. Once again, big hand for Java and Mika.
Friends, this concludes the Day 2 Dinner and Wedding Talks. But before we have our lunch break, please be reminded of some announcements.
For
my presenters for the parallel sessions.
Terima kasih everyone and see you tomorrow at 9 p.m. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dan informasi tambahan untuk student of Indonesia, you may stay here and please for our delegates, presenter and our lecture, you can enjoy your class. Thank you very much. Have a nice lunch. Oh yeah, after this, before you leave this room, we are very forget for this moment. Surprise moment.
That's why they're not standing up.
Yeah.
They're waiting for it.
They are waiting for door prize.
Alright, okay.
Maybe before you have your lunch, you may check your chair or your under table because the committee prepared the surprise in this event. Maybe you are the lucky one to get the door prize. Ada lagi yang mendapatkan door prize? Boleh ke depan.
At this juncture, we will be having a quick memorandum of understanding signing between the Apcore, Simeo Sechep, and Vico University. For those institutions, may we request you to please proceed here at the center stage.
Makan siang untuk mahasiswa akan dibagikan nanti setelah kegiatan ini. Jadi ada sekitar 30
Once again,
menit
we are
teman-teman.
calling the Simeo Sechep, Apcore, and Vico University for the Memorandum of Understanding signing.
Tolong diisi dulu, ada 30 menit. Ada motivasi dari Pak Haji Asril selaku pemilik hotel untuk teman-teman bagaimana menjadi seorang entrepreneur. Jadi mohon diisi dulu bangku paling depan ya. Oke, mohon dipercepat, mohon dipercepat. Tolong diisi bangku paling depan dulu. Itu yang ada meja-meja depan dulu, depan dulu. Makan siang akan dibagikan setelah acara ini. Diisi dulu meja sebelah sana. Isi dulu meja paling depan. Pak Tiris, Pak Tiris. Sayap itu isi dulu, Pak.
We are requesting the Apcore Philippines to please proceed here at the center stage.
Apcore International Committee. Apcore International Committee, please come up here.
Now let us witness the MOU signing between Bicol University and Apcore Incorporated.
Between
Friends, that concludes our MOU signing. A big hand for the Apcore Incorporated, Simeo Sechep, and Bicol University.
Thank you very much everyone. And at this time for Dr. Prihartono Time and also Bapak dari pengelola Grand Asrilia untuk memberikan motivasi dan juga wejangannya.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Sampurasun. Selamat siang semuanya. Para mahasiswa Politeknik Fisika Indonesia Bandung. Hari ini di sebelah kanan saya, perlu saya perkenalkan siapakah beliau. Beliau adalah owner dari Grand Asrilia Hotel. Tepuk tangan. Saya sudah mengenal beliau cukup lama, dari mulai ceritanya, dari mulai mengembara, saya tanda kutip mengembara di Bandung, karena beliau asli dari Sumatera Barat,
Bapak bisa sih
Padang, kemudian bisa sukses di Bandung. Dan kalian adalah seorang mahasiswa, perlu diketahui bahwa Indonesia itu belum lebih dari 5% penduduknya adalah seorang pengusaha. Artinya sangat kekurangan pengusaha. How to be the best, the good entrepreneur, kalau ingin menjadi seorang pengusaha, dimanapun kalian berada, mau di Sumatera, mau di Kalimantan, mau di Jawa, apalagi di Kalimantan yang akan menjadi ibu kota Nusantara, maka kita harus jeli kepada peluang, jeli terhadap kebutuhan dan peluang tantangan ke depan. Nilai di kampus tidaklah menjadikan jaminan kalian bekerja. Mau IP-nya 4 sekalipun. Tapi lebih kepada aspek bagaimana kita meng-create sesuatu bisnis, gitu ya, dengan menjalin networking yang baik, hablum minallah juga baik, hablum minanas juga baik. Nah, saya sudah tidak sabar lagi untuk memberikan waktunya di mimbar sana. Beliau adalah namanya Bapak Haji Asril. Kita berikan tepuk tangan untuk beliau. Silakan Pak Haji, mangga.
Jelas. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Terima kasih Mas Pri yang telah memberikan kesempatan kepada saya untuk tampil di hadapan Ibu, Bapak, Saudara, para hadirin semuanya hari ini. Terima kasih Mas Pri sekali lagi sudah mempergunakan Grand Asrilia Hotel yang kebetulan kata Mas Pri owner. Hotel ini belum lama berdiri sebetulnya, Juli 2016. Jadi baru terhitung 7 tahun. Mas Pri, hotel ini saya bangun sendiri Mas Pri. Saya bukan orang kaya, bapak saya petani, cuman agak sedikit entrepreneur. Nah, darah entrepreneur ayah saya itu turun kepada saya. Saya datang dari kampung, kalau ada orang Minang di sini. Saya datang dari Sumatera Barat, tepatnya Solo, ya Kota Baru. Datang saya ke Bandung ini tidak membawa apa-apa Mas Pri. Saya sempat dan niatnya kalau saya bukan ke Bandung sebetulnya, Yogyakarta. Ingin kuliah di Gajah Mada. Tamat Gajah Mada, ekonomi, ingin bekerja di bank. Di waktu itu bank
cita-citanya ya,
gajinya besar. Saya datang. Di waktu itu transportasi Sumatera Barat ke Bandung ini belum lancar. Jadi saya naik kapal laut. Kapal laut itu 2 hari 2 malam. Kalau bus itu 10 hari. Kalau pesawat itu mahal. Nggak kejangkau. Jadi saya naik kapal laut. Kebetulan turun dari kapal laut itu Mas Pri, saya ketemu dengan teman yang sukses di Jakarta. Kalau dia pulang kampung pasti duduk kompromi-komprominya di warung saya. Saya waktu SMA kelas 3, kelas SMA, saya punya warung. Dan sempat diajarkan oleh bapak saya itu tukang cukur, Mas Pri. Cuman saya orangnya tidak mau satu. Saya punya kios cukur, saya punya kelontongan, dan saya suka bertani. Waktu libur saya pergi ke sawah. Kelas 3 SMA itu saya pergi ke sawah nanam cabai. Karena saya minta sama abang saya yang kerja di bank di Medan, saya nggak akan mampu menyekolahkan kamu untuk keperluan tinggi, karena adik saya yang lain banyak yang harus saya bantu. Jadi saya berpikir bagaimana caranya. Kelas 2 SMA saya sudah mulai nabung-nabung, nyimpan-nyimpan, usaha apa aja yang jadi duit halal, termasuk jadi tukang cukur, termasuk jualan-jualan. Nah itu sebelum saya lelang semuanya. Kecuali kios cukur saya, barang-barang ini saya kasihkan, estafetkan ke adik saya, laki-laki. Saya ke Jakarta, naik kapal laut, tepatnya 9 Oktober 1974. Tamat SMA.
Bapak ibunya juga belum lahir mereka ya?
Nah, saya naik kapal laut, turun dari kapal laut, emang agak bergetar di dada nih Mas Pri, karena orang saudara-saudaranya sudah pada jemput di pelabuhan laut itu. Saya nggak ada orang yang akan jemput saya sendiri. Kata Mas Pri, one man show katanya. Saya belum terbayang seperti apa Jakarta, seperti apa Jogja, bagaimana sampai ke sana. Nggak terbayang sama saya. Tapi saya punya niat, punya tekad baik. Saya harus pergi merantau. Saya harus punya uang dan sarjana harus dapat. Di ruang tunggu pelabuhan itu saya ketemu dengan teman saya itu. Saya tahu dia orang banyak duit. Di waktu tahun 74 itu motor ini baru belum banyak. Dia sudah pakai Yamaha, aduh hebat sekali ini orang. Saya dijemput, dia jemput saudara omnya. Jadi saya dibawa ke rumahnya dengan mobil dia baru dibeli. Di rumahnya ternyata bisnisnya itu buku. Dia beli buku di penerbit, dijual ke toko buku A. Dia beli buku A, dia jual ke toko B. Jadi perantara buku lah kira-kira. Ya kasarnya kata orangnya calo buku. Saya lihat di mana dia beli, berapa modalnya, kemana dia jual, berapa untungnya. Jadi saya udah bisa, wah, dalam hati saya 4 hari, 5 hari saya bergaul dengan dia, saya juga bisa seperti ini. Dia bisa, saya juga bisa. Ini tekad saya. Mas Pri bisa, saya juga harus bisa. Saya nggak mau kalah gitu. Apapun, selama kita selamat. Jadi, saya ke Bandung, di atas bus saya ketemu dengan seorang mahasiswa Padang juga. Saya tanya dia, Anda kuliah di mana? Dia kuliah di NH perhotelan. Itu sekolah mahal sekali di waktu itu. Enak katanya, setahun kuliah kita sudah bisa praktek kerja di luar negeri. Di Jakarta, mau di Bandung, udah bergaji katanya. Wah, saya menerawang. Saya ingin juga seperti Anda. Tapi niat awal saya ingin ke Yogyakarta. Singkat cerita, saya pergi ke Yogyakarta. Saya tes di Gajah Mada. Di waktu itu tesnya tes tertulis dan tes interview. Tes tertulis saya lulus, tapi di interview saya gagal. Kenapa gagal? Ternyata sumbangan orang di waktu itu 150.000. Saya nulis sumbangan hanya 15.000. Ya pasti kalah kata teman-teman saya yang di asrama. Saya nginap di asrama Minang di sana, Wisma Merapi Singgalang, nggak bayar. Ya datang aja ke sana. Bagaimana caranya saya bisa tidur di sana gitu. Kenal juga enggak gitu. Tapi ya kita mahasiswa itu didampung di sana. Udah terbayang apa yang akan saya lakukan kalau saya kuliah. Saya tidak pasti, saya tidak ada biaya. Orang tua saya tidak akan mampu ngasih saya biaya setiap bulan. Saya berpikir saya harus bisa, saya harus dapat duit dan saya harus sarjana. Ya paling tidak saya ingin seperti si Uda itu. Ada si Uda, adiknya di veteran, dianya kuliah di Gajah Mada. Tapi pagi-pagi dia berdagang seperti harian ini. Mas Pri ini saya nak cerita ini berapa menit nanti. Kasihan dia belum makan. Dia tawarin pada saya, kamu biaya dari mana? Kalau kuliah, enggak, saya nggak ada biaya. Saya ingin cari sendiri. Karena saya punya ilmu, saya punya keterampilan, tukang cukur, saya bilang. Saya akan cari tempat cukur di sana. Akhirnya, semua asrama itu kan laki-laki semua. Saya cukurin rambutnya semuanya. Jadi saya jadi akrab. Ya, seperti abang-abang saya semuanya gitu. Salah satu yang saya kenal waktu saya melamar di UII itu ya Mahfud MD itu sama-sama masuk karena saya tidak diterima di Gajah Mada, saya melamar di UI itu Mahfud MD, saya kenal dia. Jadi saya tidak diterima di Gajah Mada, saya pikir biarlah saya ke Bandung aja lihat NHI. Tapi sebelum saya ke Bandung, saudara-saudara saya dan orang-orang lain tinggal di asrama Masjid Syuhada. Rambut segini-segini, tapi dia azan, dia memberikan khotbah, menyampaikan itu, ini inspirasi buat saya. Kalau saya nanti dimanapun saya akan sekolah, saya akan seperti itu. Nah saya pergi ke Bandung, coba melamar di NHI. Uang saya tinggal 70.000, saya bawa uang 110.000, tinggal di kantong 70.000. Ya. Uang kuliah di NH itu 250.000. Saya mau kemana nggak akan mungkin saya bisa. Tapi saya tetap saja di Posma, saya sudah lulus, sempat kuliah sebentar, mikir-mikir, bolak-balik, kuliahnya padat. Dan bahasa Inggris, ini yang saya senang. Karena wajib harus bisa berbahasa Inggris di NH itu waktu itu. 250.000 nggak akan mungkin saya bisa mencarikan uangnya. Akhirnya saya terdampar di IKIP Bandung. Kan nama sekarang UPI namanya sekarang. Nah, masuk, saya ada tes terakhir di situ, saya masuk tes, diterima, mulai kuliah. Nah, saya mikir di mana saya tinggal. Nah, saya melihat ada masjid. Inspirasinya kawan-kawan saya di Masjid Syuhada, yang dokter, yang salon insinyur di Syuhada itu. Saya ingin seperti dia, saya coba, akhirnya saya tinggal di masjid atas perantaraan seorang ketua DKM masjid, orang Padang juga kebetulan. Hari pertama sendiri, hari kedua masih sendiri, tapi saya sangat ketakutan karena saya pikir orang gila yang tidur di tempat nitipan sepatu. Ternyata mahasiswa dari Gontor. Ya akhirnya saya berdua tinggal dengan dia di masjid. Saya katakan, Anda kalau tinggal di masjid dengan saya harus bisa azan, harus bisa mengajar ngaji kayak saya ini. Ini program saya bilang. Ya sebentar kita jadi, udah langsung jadi komandan, udah punya anak buah kan. Dia enak gitu. Nah, suatu ketika saya ketemu dengan seorang pengusaha besar orang Minang. Dia penceramah, ya ahli agama. Ngobrol-ngobrol dengan dia, di mana kamu tinggal, di sini, kamu dari mana? Ternyata enggak begitu, hubungan kita sangat dekat dengan dia sebetulnya. Saya katakan, ya saya ingin kuliah sambil nyari uang. Apa? Ya bisnis buku kalau bisa. Karena saya lihat ada teman saya tadi bisnis buku di Jakarta. Saya akhirnya dipercaya oleh dia, saya bisa dagang buku. Tapi yang paling hebat sekali itulah dosen saya. Ada Pak Ahmed Tembun namanya, orang Indonesia Timur sana. Waktu dia kuliah, dulu saya kuliah itu kuliah umum. Jadi seluruh jurusan itu kuliah di aula yang besar. Ya besar sebesar inilah kira-kira, lebih besar. Saya lihat dia pakai mata buku apa, sambil ngajar saya lihat dia pakai buku apa. Oh buku, saya lihat, oh buku ini. Saya carilah buku itu di toko buku. Akhirnya teman-teman saya pada beli buku pada saya. Ditanya sama dosen, beli di mana buku? Di toko buku Pak. Kamu dapat berapa diskon? 30 Pak. Beli aja ke saya kasih diskon 50% katanya. Ya hebat sekali Bapak ini. Yang singkat cerita, tidak hanya dia satu orang. Dosen 1, dosen 2, dosen 3, 5 orang dosen memberikan kepercayaan pada saya. Inilah yang membuat saya melanglang buana. Yang tadinya hanya berdagang buku dari teman ke teman, masuk ke toko buku, masuk ke kota-kota, Bogor, Cirebon, Jakarta, bahkan Indonesia. Ya. Saya mengerti betul cara berdagang buku. Ya, toko-toko buku di Indonesia ini dulu nggak ada yang nggak kenal dengan saya, semuanya kenal saya. Tapi saya orangnya tidak cepat puas Mas. Apalagi dia membuat buku, mahasiswa ITB, insinyur, tapi kerjaannya tidak ITB, tidak melanjutkan pekerjaan yang dihasilkan dari ITB itu menerbit buku. Lah saya yang paling pantas dari dia. Karena kuliah saya di IKIP. Pengarang-pengarang buku itu teman-teman saya semua. Ya, akhirnya saya nggak mau kalah. Saya coba nerbitkan buku itu, lakunya kayak kacang goreng. Betul. Entah itu rezeki anak saya nggak tahu. Saya baru punya anak waktu itu baru 1, umur 9-10 bulan lah kira-kira. Itu bukunya laku sekali. Apapun buku yang saya terbitkan laku. Inilah situlah cikal bakal. Akhirnya saya punya kios buku, punya toko buku, punya grosir buku, punya rumah makan Padang. Ya. Banyak mahasiswa-mahasiswa yang nitipkan uang pada saya. Mas Pri potong dikit, adalah salah satu orang mahasiswa orang Padang. Jadi suatu ketika saya pergi membeli seng atap ke Kerawang sana. Dipanggil saya dari jauh. Udah lupa pada saya. Dia sudah direktur di situ, perusahaan Korea itu. Hebat sekali itu orang, pegawainya ribuan. Di 60 hektar lebih ya arealnya itu. Jadi karena kita baik aja dengan dia. Jadi akhirnya saya menjadi penerbit Mas Pri. Ya saya tidak puas di situ. Selamanya ini saya punya buku, saya cetak di orang lain. Akhirnya saya beli sendiri, cetak sendiri, beli percetakan sendiri. Ya alhamdulillah kalau percetakan saya 3 hektar Mas Pri. 3 hektar dan mesin-mesin cetak saya lengkap semuanya. Tahun 2008 itu 2007-2008 itu bagi saya ya agak sulit. Bukan tidak pernah saya mengalami jatuh bangun, itu udah sering. Ganti kurikulum, ada krismon, itu saya jatuh bangun semuanya. Ya. Nah itu semuanya saya tulis dalam sebuah buku. Bagaimana lika-liku hidup saya sampai di Bandung. Karena suatu ketika Mas Pri barangkali kenal Pak Fasli Jalal. Dia pernah dirjen Dikti ya. Nah itu pernah dia nyuruh saya nulis sebuah makalah dalam suatu seminar internasional di Padang. Waktu Pak JK jadi wakil presiden. Nah dia nggak bisa nyampaikan makalah itu. Saya yang disuruh. Kamu aja nyampaikan. Karena kebetulan makalah itu saya yang buat. Mengenai toko buku, mengenai penerbit, percetakan, dan sekolah. Jadi dia di luar kepala lah. Ngerti saya semuanya. Si moderator dalam seminar itu mengatakan kepada saya tidak mau makalah Anda ini. Nah, terus apa? Saya ingin lika-liku jatuh bangunnya Adinda itu berbisnis seperti apa. Nah, orang terdiam. Waktu saya cerita, ya karena itu pengalaman hidup saya. Yang saya ceritakan. Orang terdiam semua, saya pikir orang nggak suka. Ternyata sangat tertarik. Itu menjadi seperti motivasi. Ya, karena kita bukan mendapatkan datang seperti saya punya hotel seperti sekarang ini, tidak semudah membalikkan telapak tangan gitu kan. Lika-liku panjang jalan ceritanya, 380 halaman saya tulis. Itu atas permintaan Ketua MUI Sumatera Barat dan Fahmi Idris waktu itu Menteri Tenaga Kerja. Ya Pak Pasi tulis, itu saya tulis sampai 380 halaman, tapi belum berani terbit. Ya karena bahasanya bahasa kampung, jadi belum berani terbitannya. Kalau Mas Pri nanti saya kirim ininya. Jadi pada tahun 1984 itu saya hampir bangkrut karena perubahan kurikulum. Ya, 86 selesai nikah, itu saya coba lagi. Nah ini dia, disitulah uang. Ya kalau saya ada uang barangkali jauh lebih duluan saya sudah punya lebih dari ini sekarang. Tapi saya nggak punya uang, ya modal sedikit gitu. 98 itu Krismon, itu dihantam lagi itu. Saya hampir sempoyongan, hampir bangkrut. Bahkan perwakilan saya di provinsi udah saya tutup semuanya. Saya jual-jual, saya lelang-lelang. Nah hidup lagi, akhir tahun 99 itu mulai. Saya ngerti dengan proyek-proyek, saya ngerti dengan orang-orang hebat di Jakarta. Ya, ini nampaknya caranya harus seperti ini. Gitu. Sampai berkibar saya hebat sekali itu tahun 2007. Nah barangkali ada yang ingat namanya program paket A, paket B, paket C, life skill. Itu termasuk saya yang menciptakan dengan Dirjen. Ya. Nah itu yang dikatakan Pak Fasli itu tadi. Ya setelah Pak Mahmuri, Profesor Mahmuri, dosen, Sekjen Departemen Pendidikan di waktu itu. Saya bilang, saya ini Ketua IKAPI Pak. Ketua Ikatan Penerbit Indonesia Jawa Barat. Tapi buku Bapak jelek sekali. Bagaimana kalau saya bagusin? Seperti apa? Saya kasih gambaran. Saya cetak, saya rapi semuanya. Ini Pak. Nah, se-Indonesia beli buku itu kepada saya. Hampir jadi raja buku sampai tahun 2007. Nah itu berganti lagi ceritanya. Nah malas, udah setengah bangkrut. Saya jadi caleg DPR RI. Ya, dari Sumatera Barat sana, bahkan sempat calon wakil gubernur, calon gubernur. Nggak dapat. Kita dibohongi orang aja. Ya, seharusnya jadi anggota DPR. Kalau saya terus paling tidak jadi bupati itu 2 kali 3 kali penawaran pada saya nggak mau. Kalau saya mau saya jadi gubernur saya bilang. Tapi nah waktu itu bisnis saya sedang hebat, tawaran jadi bupati, tawaran jadi bisnis saya yang hebat waktu itu. Jadi saya tidak mau. Caleg DPR RI kalah. Saya pulang ke Bandung, saya bilang pada daerah saya, Pak, habis uang saya mau bangun hotel. Saya perlu IMB. Ah, daerah saya mau teman baik. Sebentar, urus. Orang ngurus bangunan, izin bangunan bertahun-tahun, saya hanya 6 bulan. Ya karena Pak Dada. Ya. Makanya walaupun dia di penjara, Mas Pri, sekarang udah keluar. Ini udah sejak keluar dari penjara, sudah 3 kali dia wisuda di sini. Dia punya perguruan tinggi. Di sini wisudanya. Pada Darusada. Jadi bagi saya sudah seperti kakak. Sering saya jenguk, saya lihat kayak waktu dia di penjara. Nah ini akhirnya saya kalah, saya coba, Pak, saya minta IMB hotel, saya mau bangun hotel. Coba dengan kemampuan yang ada, bangun hotel sendiri. Pengalaman saya bangun rumah. Jadi Mas Pri turun dari mobil, drop off mobil itu rumah saya di sana dulu. Itu 14 kamar. Saya ingat lagi, saya bangun pabrik, itu 3 hektar, bangunannya 1 hektar, saya bangun sendiri. Nah, saya berani untuk ini. Tapi saya cari insinyur, sipil, arsitek, yang saya gaji, dampingnya. Nah, inilah jadinya. Hotel saya ini begini gitu. 300 kamar, ruang meeting itu 28, sekarang udah banyak yang saya gabung-gabung, nggak hafal saya jumlahnya. Tapi kamar hotel saya 300 lebih lah. Ya. Nah inilah yang saya, kalau saya tidak membangun hotel, barangkali saya jadi penganggur sekarang Mas. Nah ini ya saya potong-potong aja kalau saya ceritain panjang sekali, lama ceritain Mas Pri.
Ya.
Ya.
Baik, saya kira cukup Pak, kita berikan kesempatan barangkali teman-teman semua. Tadi sudah disampaikan jatuh bangunnya Pak Haji Asril menjadi seorang pebisnis yang mereka bukan asli dari Jawa Barat. Dengan keprihatinannya, dengan tekadnya tadi disampaikan, ulet, membangun networking, baik kepada sesama, hablum minallah baik, hablum minannas baik. Tadi sudah diceritakan secara singkat. Mungkin ada yang mau bertanya? Biasanya yang bertanya ini menjadi salah indikator daripada pengusaha biasanya. Ya, boleh silakan kalau ada yang mau bertanya, ada mic di sana. Oh itu, ada yang mau bertanya sebelah kanan?
Udah lapar.
Oke, kalau ada yang mau bertanya silakan bebas tentang bagaimana membangun bisnis dan apa trik-triknya boleh. Sebelah kanan dan sebelah kiri boleh angkat tangannya kalau ada.
Jadi Mas Pri bagi saya tidak
silakan.
ada kata menyerah.
Ya. Oke, silakan. Di paling ujung, sebelah kanan ada. Biar cepat Pak Tiris bisa dibantu. Sebelah kanan ada. Ya ini. Depan ini tolong mic-nya dikarikan. Angkat tangan lagi. Angkat tangan lagi. Yaitu mic-nya tolong diberikan. Mic-nya siapkan. Mic ini ada. Oke, silakan. Mulai dari sebelah kiri saya. Perkenalkan sama silakan sampaikan langsung.
Assalamualaikum Bapak. Perkenalkan nama saya Fitri. Saya juga perantau seperti Bapak dari Kalimantan Utara. Mungkin saya mau bertanya soal bisnis Bapak di perbukuan dulu. Apakah sekarang itu masih berjalan atau tidak? Dan bagaimana sih trik-trik untuk terjun dalam dunia perbukuan? Di mana saya juga tertarik dengan dunia perbukuan itu. Terima kasih.
Ya. Boleh yang kedua langsung aja Pak Haji ya. Dua ya. Satu mengenai trik-trik bagaimana membangun bisnis pembukuan. Silakan yang kedua.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Perkenalkan, nama saya Nang Rivaldi Hari, saya berasal dari Kalimantan Utara.
Kalimantan Utara lagi ya, silakan.
Izin bertanya tuh, apa yang memotivasi Datuk itu untuk menjadi lebih maju yang sudah Datuk jelaskan tadi? Datuk itu berada di keluarga petani gitulah. Apa sih yang memotivasi Datuk untuk menjadi orang yang sukses hingga sekarang? Terima kasih tuh.
Baik, dua dulu Pak ya. Baik, silakan. Nanti siapkan yang ini, yang depan angkat tangan. Kalau Mas saya terakhir ya mungkin ya. Yang di depan, tolong mic yang ini angkat tangan. Ya, tolong mic-nya langsung. Silakan Pak. Pak Haji Asri langsung aja yang dua dulu.
Ya. Ya. Tadi yang pertama
pembukuan, bisnis pembukuan.
Bisnis perbukuan ya. Dulu bisnis perbukuan ini bisnis yang paling menjanjikan. Saya sudah banyak melihat usaha ini, usaha yang lain-lain, buku yang paling enak. Tapi saat ini, nol. Saya punya lebih kurang menerbitkan buku hampir 600 judul buku. Itu tenggelam semuanya. Saya punya toko lebih kurang dulu hampir 12, itu tenggelam semuanya. Ya, saya punya pegawai hampir 180 orang, itu tidak ada lagi. Jadi bisnis buku sudah berubah kepada HP, sudah berubah ke gadget, ya, udara. Orang bikin skripsi, orang bikin tugas, bikin paper, sebentar selesai. Coba sana cuma. Jadi tidak ada lagi. Yang kita khawatirkan justru itu. Ini bagaimana masa depan. Di lain pihak, minat baca dan segala macamnya itu semuanya sudah dari HP. Nah, seperti apa ke depannya? Nggak tahu saya seperti apa itu. Ya, nggak jalan, mati. Penerbit cetakan toko buku yang dulu besar Gramedia, nggak ada lagi. Mati semuanya. Palasari udah dulu saya termasuk yang mendirikan Palasari itu saya Pak. Di sekitar dari dulu saya dagang buku saya di Cikapundung. Tapi disuruh pindah oleh pemerintah. Nah, saya milih Pasar ini waktu itu saya ketua ketua gengnya pindah ke Pelasari. Nah itulah sampai sekarang Pelasari. Jadi kalau ada yang pergi ke Pelasari cari buku, tanyakan saya, orang tahu semua. Jadi susah dunia penerbitan. Kalau tidaklah digerakkan lagi oleh pemerintah, menurut saya itu sudah sangat sulit.
Baik, pertanyaan kedua tentang bagaimana Datuk memiliki motivasi apa sehingga membuat dari petani sehingga sampai dengan sekarang.
Ya, motivasi itu timbulnya dari keadaan kita. Saya ya orang kampung, saya pergi merantau, pulang dari rantau, pulang kampung, hebat-hebat semua. Ya berduit. Ingat betul saya dikasih uang 100 rupiah, itu uang baru Mas Pri. Ya, akhirnya saya kalau ingin niat pergi merantau itu sudah dari kecil, dari melihat orang pergi merantau, saya ada niat saya ingin pergi merantau juga. Karena tidak ada kemungkinan saya bisa sekolah kalau di kampung. Dari situasi orang tua kita hanya jadi orang susah juga gitu ya. Ya niatnya satu aja. Ya Allah ya Tuhan, saya pergi merantau hari ini, robahlah ya Allah nasib saya. Saya ingin merubah semuanya. Ya, alhamdulillah, saya yang pertama adik-adik saya keluarin semua. Saya sekolahin semua, mana yang mau sekolahin. Bahkan rumah saya bikinkan rumah orang tua saya yang di kampung saya itu boleh dikatakan yang paling hebat lah. Inilah saya membesarkan orang tua saya begitu. Ibu saya terutama, saya bikinkan rumah yang bagus. Saya belikan sedan, saya bikin toko. Jadi dia senang hidupnya di akhirnya, jangan susah lagi. Waktu kita kecil-kecil hidupnya susah, cari makan, ke sawah orang. Dan saya sudah bisa uang, ibu nggak boleh begitu lagi, saya bilang. Tapi yang paling hebat, ibu bapak saya berangkatkan pergi haji tahun 85 Mas Pri. Dua-duanya. Ya kalau menurut cerita, bapak saya meninggal di Mekah dalam keadaan sujud terakhir. Jadi sujud terakhir, sholat duha di pemondokan, itu nggak balik lagi. Habis saja di situ. Ya tahun 85. Jadi saya mengatakan, padahal, ya saya bilang, ada uang nggak? Sebelum pergi itu, ada uang nggak? Nggak ada. Seperempat nggak ada, seperlima nggak ada. Dikit nggak ada, belanja aja nggak ada. Oke lah. Ya hebatnya bapak saya itu, dia menghajikan lagi ibu bapaknya. Dia menghajikan lagi kakek neneknya. Nah itu masih berlebih uang. Waktu dia sebelum meninggal itu dia tahu, ibu saya, ini ada uang di kantong saya. Kita belum syukuran. Waktu itu kan syukuran, orang pergi haji ini seperti pergi kemana ya. Ya semua orang itu ini. Kalau sekarang enggak, pergi ke Mekah, udah naik pesawat, enggak ada masalah. Dulu hebat sekali. Syukuran nanti kata, ini uangnya kata bapak. Nah dia meninggal, pesannya kamu tolong kasih tahu anak saya, ketua kelompok, kalau ya di mana saya dikubur, kan orang kaget. Kok dia belum mati tapi sudah meninggalkan pesan gitu. Nah itu semua sudah saya lihat ke sana. Saya pergi ke Mekah tahun 97, 2007 saya lihat bapak saya melalui umroh. Ini motivasi saya hanya satu, ingin merubah nasib. Ya alhamdulillah, kalau ibu saya masih hidup sampai sekarang, mungkin ibu bapak akan melihat dia syukur di sini.
Luar biasa.
Ya, waktu saya punya percetakan, saya mau pergi ke Mekah 97, dia ingin ngasuh anak saya 3, datang dia ke sini. Mana tanah yang dikatakan orang untuk percetakan, saya bawa ke percetakan saya mas. Itu waktu itu masih 2 hektar. Sedang bangun. Itu dia lihat, dia sujud terakhir. Sujud dia di situ, orang tua saya itu. Jadi kalau Anda ingin berhasil, muliakanlah orang tua. Percaya. Percayalah sama saya. Saya pernah nanya Habibi. Dia orang tuanya, ibu bapaknya. Ada teman saya sini yang berhasil juga. Ya boleh saya sebut konglomerat. Itu dia buatkan masjid untuk orang tuanya. Ya semampunya, kalau ya paling tidak dengan doa gitu. Tapi paling tidak sekali kita nggak usah melawan, nggak usah berkata-kata kasar. Saya tidak ada lagi yang akan saya kasih. Terakhir saya hanya mertua saya buatkan juga rumah seperti apa yang saya punya. Seperti yang saya buatkan orang tua, saya buatkan juga mertua. Itu belum selesai Mas Pri. Beliau sudah lebaran kemarin meninggal. Mertua, tinggal mertua perempuan waktu itu saya buatkan juga. Seperti apa rumah orang tua saya buatkan juga. Jadi ya mungkin itu Mas Pri ya. Apa namanya, kita masih bisa manjang. Orang mengatakan, wah utangnya banyak. Ini akan lama lagi selesai itu.
Ya.
Tapi alhamdulillah bertahan 7 tahun sampai sekarang. Ini cita-cita yang besar-besar saya masih banyak. Angan-angan, mimpi-mimpi saya masih banyak. Saya selalu berdoa, ya, berikan saya umur panjang, sehat, dan saya bisa melakukan itu, saya bilang. Saya ingin banyak. Yo, di zaman COVID, orang lain tutup, kalau saya tidak. Saya sudah tutup. Penuh hotel saya dipakai oleh Pemda Provinsi Jawa Barat untuk pusat kegiatan COVID. Nggak ada pegawai saya yang kena COVID, Mas Pri. Kalaupun di sini menyembuhkan orang-orang COVID, nggak ada. Wakil Presiden saya katakan, Pak Maruf Amin waktu itu Icimi di sini, apa-apa. Nih Mas Pri, kalau panjang ceritanya nanti, dia kasihan dia belum makan.
Baik, sesi terakhir untuk sebelum kita makan siang. Tadi sudah, silakan. Satu lagi. Oke, siap di mic-nya ya. Yang depan dulu, silakan.
Depan.
Izin, nama saya Okti Siti Fatimah. Apa cara yang efektif Bapak dalam promosi dan kerjasama dalam membangun bisnis Bapak, terus cara memanage dan mungkin mempertahankan outcome atau income Bapak dalam usaha, karena kita nggak tahu tuh ke depannya kayak gimana. Terima kasih.
Iya. Satu lagi,
boleh? Satu lagi sekalian,
ya.
Silakan. Ya, silakan kenalkan dan pertanyaannya.
Perkenalkan, nama saya Vihal Abdul Aziz, asal dari Bandung. Izin bertanya Pak, kan yang namanya bisnis itu pasti ada yang namanya jatuh bangun. Bagaimana sih tips dan trik Bapak dalam mengolah stres Bapak agar bisnis Bapak tetap berjalan lancar dengan beberapa tekanan yang diterima? Terima kasih Pak.
Baik, saya kira cukup jelas. Silakan Pak Haji.
Jadi apa tadi yang pertama?
Bagaimana mengelola bisnis hotel ini, kemudian bagaimana supaya bisa bertahan di tengah pandemi COVID, dan terakhir juga relatif sama untuk bagaimana mempertahankan bisnisnya.
Saya saya kemarin ketemu dengan Dr. Roberto, siapa nih? Yang Filipina.
Rasidon.
Iya. Ngobrol dengan saya di lobi. Bagaimana tanggapan Anda terhadap hotel saya bilang. Good. Very good. Apa yang kurangnya? Nggak ada kurang, semuanya bagus katanya. Kamar lapang. Jadi saya berusaha. Bagaimana orang itu puas dengan saya. Orang itu senang dengan saya. Ya. Seharusnya saya sudah bangkrut. Seharusnya. Karena Mas Pri, hidup saya dulu dari meeting-meeting. Di hotel ya. Meeting-meeting semenjak COVID itu meeting-meeting itu nggak ada. Ini bagus aja hari ini nih. Udah nggak, orang sudah Zoom.
Jadi penggunaan ballroom ini yang pertama Piksi yang paling banyak ini ya?
Enggak Pak. Jadi begitu COVID itu ya dipakai malah wakil presiden.
Oh, wakil presiden. Setelah wakil presiden katanya.
Ada acara ICMI, Ikatan Cendekon Muslim. Ya orang kalau hotel saya pakai untuk pemeliharaan penyembuhan orang-orang COVID. Sebetulnya sudah nggak laku lagi gitu ya. Tapi ya itulah kalau kita niat baik, ikhlas, ya semenjak 28 September 2021 itu saya terima, itu sampai sekarang hotel saya ramai terus. Dan itu pun saya tambah dengan tadi, ya saya berusaha untuk mempertahankan ini bagus, servisnya baik, dan saya tambah. Saya di belakang ada waterboom. Ya, saya bangun dari hasil hotel ini juga, ya itu jadi lebih menarik gitu, sehingga saya masih bisa bertahan di samping yang lain-lain gitu ya. Makan pastilah harus enak. Ya kata-kata orang teman-teman saya, kalau hotel kata saudara saya yang suka acara-acara di hotel lain, kalau makan di sini katanya. Nah, saya berusaha mempertahankan itu. Saya dengan istri saya, karena kebetulan saya bisa masak, jadi suka saya kontrol. Awas, jangan kotor, jangan membuat pertanyaan, jangan menjadikan kita dicibir orang, saya bilang. Jadi saya nggak sulit-sulit juga motivasi karyawan saya untuk berbuat baik gitu. Dan saya berusaha untuk bersih lah. Tapi yang kunci sekali yang saya katakan tadi, kalau Anda ingin berhasil, harus hormat dan patuh kepada orang tua. Itu percayalah pada saya.
Baik. Terima kasih Pak Haji Asril. Boleh bersekeduk kembali. Saya simpulkan walaupun tidak akan menyeluruh buat teman-teman semua mahasiswa, apapun keadaan kondisi keluarga kita, kalau kita mencermati tadi, apapun profesi bapak dan ibunya, beliau sudah menyampaikan muliakanlah keluarganya, muliakanlah orang tuanya. Kalaupun belum punya gajian, minimal jangan bebani dengan masalahnya. Berbuat baik, jadi anak yang baik. Karena menjadi orang baik, tanpa diminta orang tua pasti mendoakan. Itu kunci yang pertama. Yang kedua, beliau juga punya tekad yang kuat. Ya, tujuannya kuliah di UGM ternyata gagal. Ke tempat lain juga gagal, akhirnya terdampar di UPI kalau nggak salah tadi Pak ya. Nah, itu juga sebenarnya karena kerja kerasnya. Ya, dimanapun kita kuliah, tidak juga akan menjadikan sebagai sebuah rumus akan menjadi sukses. Tergantung bagaimana tadi disampaikan, beliau membangun networking yang sangat luar biasa. Membangun hotel ini dengan mengurus IMB-nya dengan mudah karena hubungannya baik dengan wali kota Bandung pada saat itu Pak Haji Dada Rosada. Jadi manfaat membangun networking itu dijadikan sebagai sebuah kekuatan beliau sehingga bisa terlaksana dengan baik. Kuncinya adalah menjadi seorang pengusaha, not talking just about money only. Jangan hanya uang. Karena yang paling mahal adalah idenya. Membangun networking, ide dan kepercayaannya. Karena disitulah juga akan mengalir rezeki kita. Ya, buat apa kuliah hanya mengejar nilai juga tidak juga. Ya, toh ujung-ujungnya juga lulus dari kuliah ngapain? Ya, pasti berusaha. Berusaha bisa menjadi pegawai orang lain, bisa menjadi seorang pengusaha. Sama seperti saya. Riwayatnya juga mirip-mirip lah. Cuman beliau kan lebih besar skopnya. Kalau saya kan masih kecil ya. Terlebih dari itu perlu disampaikan bahwa membangun sebuah bisnis pada saat itu tadi pertanyaan dari saudara Fitri, memang kita juga harus situasional sesuai dengan kondisinya. Beliau jaya pada zamannya. Jadi beliau sukses menjadi penerbit buku, menjadi percetakan buku terbesar, ketua IKAPI pada zamannya. Tapi sekarang saya jamin gulung tikar. Karena memang periodenya sudah berubah. Kalau dulu zaman X, teori Y, zaman milenial, sekarang sudah generasi Z. Sudah ada semuanya dalam genggaman handphone. Artinya bahwa membangun bisnis apapun, kekuatan kita sekarang adalah di ide dan kreatif, membangun itu dengan digital marketing. Karena semuanya berbasis digital. Tidak bisa sekarang hanya sekedar asal cetak. Perpustakaan juga tetap laku, tapi perpustakaan yang online. Yang di situnya sistemnya memang bagus database-nya, serahkan kepada ahlinya kalau urusan seperti itu. Jadi kita bisa jaya sesuai dengan zamannya. Tidak bisa seorang yang perkasa, yang hebat, sukses akan berlaku di setiap zaman. Paham ya? Dulu zaman Orla, zaman Orde Baru, zaman Reformasi, sekarang zaman Indonesia Maju, pasti sesuai zamannya. Betapa bahwa membangun sebuah media sosial kita juga harus beretika. Ya. Presiden kita mungkin dicaci sana, caci sini, orang kan bisa menilai. Ya, siapa yang sebenarnya bijak dan seterusnya. Kalau kita tidak bijak menggunakan media sosial, maka menjadi tamparan keras buat kita, minimal dengan status mahasiswanya, malu-maluin lah begitu ya. Yang kedua, kalau kita melanggar aturan, kita kena undang-undang ITE, banyak. Bijaklah menggunakan media sosial atau digital marketing itu dengan baik. Tetap sopan, tapi juga tetap baik. Ya, apalagi sekarang rawan ya Pak Haji ya, sekarang musim mau pemilu dan seterusnya. Kalian sebagai generasi muda, siapa pemimpin masa depan 2045 ketika Indonesia merdeka 100 tahun? Di pundak kalian. Kami mungkin di depan sudah uzur ya, kalau masih panjang usia. Artinya bahwa Ibu kota Nusantara yang nanti berada di Kalimantan Utara, itu adalah menjadi sebuah visi untuk pemerintahan Jokowi sekarang, bahwa nanti ke depan itu tidak hanya sekedar memindahkan Jakarta ke Kalimantan, bukan, tapi merubah mindset. Bayangkan, merubah mindset dan gaya perilakunya yang semuanya berbasis electrical, berbasis semuanya digital. kendaraan transportasi juga semuanya dibangun menggunakan listrik, tidak pakai bahan bakar lagi. Prosentasinya 70-30% sudah diatur oleh Kementerian Lingkungan Hidup. Kita perlu dukung itu, jangan karena kita merasa orang Bandung, aduh saya kalau ke Jakarta juga jadi jauh. Hubungan apa ke Jakarta pada saat ini juga belum tentu sebulan sekali. Ya. Tapi paling tidak, Jakarta akan menjadikan kota bisnis. Tapi kota bisnis baru ke depan yang berbasis electrical atau berbasis internasional nanti akan berada di ibu kota Nusantara di Kalimantan. Jadi buat mahasiswa ini kebetulan Pak Haji banyak juga. Coba angkat tangan yang dari Kalimantan. Tuh, dari Kalimantan tuh beliau ya. Jadi kalian pulang ke sana jangan menjadi penganggur. Kalian ke sana jangan menjadi sampah buat pemerintah daerahnya. Jangan juga jadi sampah buat keluarganya. Harus bisa memberikan terbaik. Kalau dengan pengalaman bisa go back to Bandung, belajar dengan kami juga, dengan Pak Asril, dengan saya juga silahkan. Yuk kita bangun networking sama-sama. Terlebih saya ditawari oleh mahasiswa Pak, mahasiswa dari Kalimantan Utara mau membangun bisnis di sana. Ya mudah-mudahan saya masih ada rezeki dan saya juga bisa membangun di KIPI ya, kawasan industrial internasional, pelabuhan kalau nggak salah, pelabuhan internasional di sana. Jadi itu akan langsung ke pelabuhan internasional, tidak melewati jalur yang sekarang ada. Ya, barangkali demikian. Sekedar, ada sedikit, silakan. Boleh singkat, padat.
Ya. Saya belum cerita keluarga saya ya. Saya punya anak 3 Mas Pri.
Oh iya, beliau cerita anak saya sudah bisa mendengar. Maaf saya. Beliau punya anak 3 dan semuanya sekolahnya di luar negeri. Tepuk tangan dong. Jadi kalau ingin jadi orang tua yang hebat, sekolahkan anaknya yang menjadi yang terbaik. Kalau tidak dengan sekolah, minimal dengan fasilitas menjadi masa depan yang baik. Ada lagi Pak Haji?
Ya, sebetulnya saya bukan orang kaya, tapi mereka cari sendiri.
Wis.
Dia cari sendiri beasiswa dan dapat. Anak saya yang pertama itu tamat dari UI, S2-nya di Inggris. Nah, ini baru selesai PhD-nya di Australia.
Di Australia.
Dan yang pertama, suaminya doktor juga dari Hong Kong, perhotelan tapi.
Perhotelan, doktor.
Anak nomor 2, sarjana hukum, S2-nya perhotelan di Swiss. Itu bisa dia. Itu tidak saya biayai.
Ya.
Mereka cari beasiswa.
Cari beasiswa.
Nah, yang terakhir, yang ketiga, yang laki-laki. Itu nggak pandai terpaksa saya biayai karena 1-2 dah S2 di luar negeri. Yang ketiga ini laki-laki.
Ngomong-ngomong yang ketiga sudah berkeluarga belum?
Sudah punya anak 1.
Oh, dia sebenarnya lagi menunggu dia. Sudah belum.
Iya.
Karena perempuan sekarang tuh enaknya cari enaknya aja. Yang sudah sukses.
Nah, dia nggak mau ikut bisnis saya. Dia usaha sendiri. Ya, tadinya kerja Singapura dan sekarang alhamdulillah saya motivasi udah berdiri sendiri gitu. Tapi nggak mau dengan bergabung dengan saya. Ya nggak apa-apa. Yang penting kalian sukses dan harus lebih sukses dari bapakmu. Saya tidak bisa seperti Mas Pri bahasa Inggris ceplos-ceplos kayak gitu enggak, tapi anak saya dari SD sudah saya leskan. Kalian harus bisa. Nah, inilah barangkali mahasiswa. Apa plus? Udah bisa komputer, sudah nggak ada tandingan, udah hebat. Tapi ya kalau ingin internasional ya kayak tadi. Bahasa Inggrisnya tuh bisa dong, itu modal yang. Nah, inilah anak saya biasa pergi sekolah ke Amerika sendiri, pergi ke Swiss sendiri, pergi ke Inggris sendiri. Jadi tidak pernah saya, ya hadir pun saya tidak.
Wisuda juga tidak hadir?
Wisuda juga enggak, saya enggak hadir. Nah, ini yang karena ini PhD ya. Ya mungkin 2 bulan, 3 bulan lagi saya harus ke Australia lagi. Lihat, dia lebih maunya di sudah, kita lihat sekali saja. Ini sekedar informasi, makasih.
Baik, terima kasih, kita berikan aplaus buat beliau Pak Haji Asril. Dan sebagai kenang-kenangan saya berikan souvenir untuk Pak Haji Asril. Monggo Pak di sini Pak, silakan Pak. Silakan. Enggak apa-apa Pak, silakan Pak. Baik, terima kasih kepada semuanya dan tolong kepada panitia. Apakah sudah disiapkan makan siangnya? Sudah diterima? Oh, belum diterima. Jadi pas keluar. Oke, pas keluar nanti silakan membawa lunch box-nya. Kalau makan di sini tolong untuk tidak membuang sampah. Kalau mau dibawa pulang juga silahkan. Terima kasih kepada semuanya. Mudah-mudahan kalian menjadi kader emas Indonesia.